Alright, hello. Let's get started. Wow, that is a lot of auto hosts. Alright, we'll let the casino music play for a bit, and let's get started. Alright, so last time we made it up all the way to the stage split. It should be right around here. So yeah, we went through Garuna's tower. We went through pretty much all of the fights that were in Garuna's tower, and we got through making the sage. So now we just made the sage and we're gonna go take care of some stuff. Basically what we do now is we pick up a nice piece of equipment for the mage warrior once she changes her class, the mage, into the warrior, and then we are going to get the, or use the, one sec. We use the drought vase that we got in Edinburgh, and we turn it into a ultimate key. Okay, so let's go. Warp to Japang. So again, this is right after we made the sage. So yeah, we go through here, just run from everything. It's really unlucky to get into a fight as quickly as that, but unless it's simple. So in this case, what we're looking at now, these guys are mana wars and they have like 40 HP, so a combination of me using Firebane and using a whip, unless it misses, should be able to take them out. This fight unfortunately took way longer than it should have. Oh, and I got paralyzed too, yikes. Okay. Anyways, yeah. You'll have to use your judgment in some of the enemies. In this area, there's not too many. What's up, Tankos? There's not too many enemies, but for the most part, it's simpler to fight them. I do want to point something out, though. So, ordinarily, we would talk about this during the second grind, but you'll notice that I killed off my hero too, which means that my other characters get more EXP. So, why don't we say this? If the hero is dead, perhaps, or you can fight. Reason being, level 2 Sage learns Expel, which is what you need during early Garuna 2. Okay? So what this means is that during Garuna 2, early on your Sage is level 1. And your Sage is surprisingly tanky at level 1 and probably won't die. However, if you run into the Sky Dragons, they can cast the Fire Breath on you, and it's devastating to a level 1 Sage. So you want to make sure that your Sage is at least level 2, so that she learns the Expel spell, and you can take him out. So in this case, my hero was dead because he, if you remember from last time, we'll just go back quickly, when I got to level 18, must have been the end of this fight. Nope, the end of this fight. The next metal fight. This is something that's important to consider. Yeah, my hero was level 18, and I killed him off right here because I wanted to give more EXP to the others. This is an important concept, and we did talk about this last time, but basically, if you check out how much EXP I get in this fight, I get 4,140 EXP, of which I really wanted that EXP to go to my Sage and my Mage, but I already got the level that I needed on my hero, which was level 18. So I killed him off, and then I came over here and gave the EXP to the others. So what that means is, fast forward to here, I've got a dead hero, but I want to get my Sage to level 2 so that I'm protected against Sky Dragons. So I fought this battle. Anyways, keep going. This is a fairly simple section. I would run from everything from here on out. Also, just to make it clear, like, pretty much anything you fight, the Sage will get to at least level 2 off of, which is just one battle. Okay, so you come here, you pick up this piece of equipment. Well, you stay overnight. Then you get this, which is a, it's called the Leather Kilt, and it'll be automatically equipped to your Mage Warrior when you swap classes, which is nice. Just to point out here, there is a safety Life Force Nuts in the church. Actually, let me just show you real quick. I should be pointing these out maybe a little more than I have. If we go to Japang. Oh. Switch over to Emu. Throw on Shinobi feet. Having backup seeds is really, really nice. So check it out. Come over here. There is a backup seed in the middle of this church right here. So that's a life nut, and life nuts are probably the best seeds in the game, especially at the end of the game, right before Zoma. So if you're playing safe, you want to get some safety. There it is. Okay. What's up, Built-to Violet? What's up, Aether? Yeah, it's Thanksgiving holiday. We've got the day off today, as well as yesterday, so I figured I'd get my second out of 2 class sections out of the way. Alright, so let's keep going. So, yeah, we use Shinobi feet. I do want to, I guess, talk about this, right? So let's talk about Shinobi feet. We did cover this before, which was how Shinobi feet works and why it works the way it does. So you'll see at the top, we did talk about this, but you'll see at the top that we've got encounter counter, which means that every time I take a step, it's being depleted by whatever terrain I'm on. And if you see that it says depletion 256, it means that as this approaches 0, I'll get into a fight at 0. The Shinobi feat is the nice tiptoe spell, and now check it out, my depletion is 128. It literally halves your encounter rate. So it's a really, really great spell. It's the reason that we have a thief in the beginning of the game and turn her into a sage. Well, there's multiple reasons. The other main reason being the agility that you get is fantastic for the sage. But I would say the number one reason to cut down time on the speedrun is the Shinobi feat. What's up, Vincenz? Okay, so yeah, I think another thing is, so halves counter rate. Oh, let me scroll this down. Halves counter rate for 0 MP. It is that good. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust this real quick. Cool. Halves counter rate for 0 MP. Be mindful of where to use Shinobi feats throughout the run. Okay, so this is a concept that will show up literally everywhere, but let's just take a look. So I'm walking around. I reloaded a save. Oh, I hit reset. Nice. Let's get to another place. Doesn't really matter. Anywhere is fine. So I hit Shinobi feet. I'm walking around. Save my state. We lurking? Alright, man. Okay, cool. So you see that? You see this little message here? This. Right? There. Okay. So it seems... Whoops. It seems dumb. Or it seems obvious. But throughout the entirety of this game, you will lose a lot of time if you watch this text box come up. And all you have to do to prevent this text box to come up is to cast Shinobi feet again. So it's either I'm walking, I get into a fight, or I'm sorry, I get into the end of my tiptoe, and then I see this, and then I have to open the menu and hit it again. Or I could be proactive about it and hit Shinobi feet in advance, and I avoid the text box. That seems like such an obvious concept, but like, if you blow those consistently throughout the entirety of the run, you probably lose like a minute. And there's a lot of Shinobi feats, so again, it's a speed run, right? Like, you shouldn't be seeing text boxes if you can avoid them. This is only for areas in which, let's see, only in areas in which you are chaining Shinobi feats like a dungeon, right? So if you use it once, like to get from one area to the next, actually, perfect example being, what's a good example? Yes. Well, we'll talk about it later. So, like, if I'm going from one town to the next, I'll use Shinobi feet at the beginning of the journey, and then when I get to the town and I'm walking around town, I'm not going to hit Shinobi feet again because I'm only walking around town, so that would be a waste. Okay. So, what to consider is that throughout the entirety of the game, if you follow the speedrun route, they're basically all scripted. If you use Shinobi feet at certain points, you'll know to use it always there. If you get off track, it's like a minor time loss, but it's not that big of a deal. You just want to know the Shinobi point feats throughout the entirety of the game. I don't know if I have them in this version of my notes, but in my full-blown notes, I do. Let's see. I think this is the one that's on my Google page. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you certainly can get a feel for it, but if you just know all the points in which you should be using Shinobi feet. DQIII. Just looking through my old notes, I think I do... I do have a lot of spreadsheets for Dragon Quest stuff. Yeah, I don't see it. Anyways. Well, hold on. Give me a second. And this is going back far, man. Yeah, this is the one I share with everybody, right? Yeah, you should find this on my page. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay, cool. So once we get into the Shinobi feet area, this is on my in my bio, you can find Dragon Quest III notes. Oh, this isn't it. This is, I'm sorry. B2, maybe? Yeah, I thought I shared this, though. Hold on. DQ3 notes. Anyways. Sorry, that was a major divergence. Basically, they're all routed out, every Shinobi feat. And you'll see it as I play this video. Like, there's one that was right there. There's gonna be another one at the end of this menu. So we'll get to them. Okay, anyways. So let's get back to the post-stage part. So I just got the stage class. I'm on my way to get the ultimate key. I do some menuing here. Let's just talk about what happens. So ultimate key menu. I can just talk about it. So here, what happens is we go into our inventory, and we want to give the heavy metal ring to the sage, okay? So again, heavy metal ring, what does it do? We talked about this last time. Heavy metal ring changes personality to lonesome, boosts agility plus 10. So lonesome personality will, I can just show you as visual here. I don't think I had best. Is this it? Yep. Alright, cool. Went down to lonesome. Lone. So it'll boost your wisdom for the time being. Yeah. So early on in the grind, it's not a bad idea. Basically, it stunts your stamina growth for a little while, and then you'll boost it later by going back to the fearsome. It's really the agility boost and the little bit of extra defense that's really nice. Helpful for the sage early on in her life. So you put that on for a bit. Let's go back to the video. So you give that to the sage and you equip. Okay. And again, like with all of this, you can just follow the route notes and it'll just tell you what to do. But I'm just gonna visually tell you what's going on and why it's important. Okay, so after you do that, and this is a bit of menu optimization, but basically the first thing you do is you go into your mage's inventory. Give the heavy metal ring. Then you sort items, okay? On the sage only. And that's because if you sorted items first, your heavy metal ring would not... Alright, so... One sec. Let's just see what the sage has on her accessory. I didn't see it. It may not be anything, but sometimes she could have an accessory if you were sloppy. Alright, she doesn't, which is good. But basically what this sorting of your bag does, or sorting of your sage's inventory, means that she basically has a clean slate. And now, you go into the bag and you get the poison moth powders, and whatever you have left, you're gonna throw into her inventory. Okay? Assume the mobile version of DQ3 is pretty different. I don't know about the mobile version. I can tell you about the Game Boy Color version, which is very, very similar to this version. But unfortunately I don't know much about the mobile. Okay, so you gave the moth powders to the sage because she needs them to be able to finish the second part of the metal slime grind. You come here and your hero's armband was not on the hero, right? So the hero had the meteorite armband throughout the entirety of the grind. We're gonna give the meteorite armband to the mage, but first we have to give the hero's armband the plus 15 attack accessory to the hero. So, hero armband back to sage. Nope, hero. And that's gonna stay there for the rest of the game. This hero armband back to the sage, and then we give the meteorite armband to mage. So he's gonna get that plus 15 attack. We're giving the meteorite armband to the mage because we want to be able to guarantee that at least one of our characters has the highest chance of going fast. And my Sage is level 1 right now, but my Mage is level 19. So I want to be able to consistently rely upon a character to go first. And the Mage is the best choice now because I want the Sage to be able to get the benefits of the Solitary. I'm sorry, I think before I was saying that this was Lonesome, but it's actually Solitary. One sec. Yes, Solitary, right. So you get some stamina boosts, and it's a pretty good personality, but it depends on what personality your Sage was. If you change your Sage to Fearless, as you see here, which was what we did when we used the Courage times 100 book that we went over a long time ago when the Sage was level 2. Change it to Solitary now, we get a little more HP, and we get that stamina boost too. Okay, let's go back. So we gave the Meteorite Armband to the Mage. And then last, so we talked about this before as well, where we had the Steel Sword on the hero so that he can snipe individual medals. Now we do the same thing and we give the dead heroes, give Hero's Sword to Sage so she can snipe individual medals. Okay, so it's especially a good idea for the Sage to have this. Okay, and then we're done here, so we're gonna go back to Dama. And let's go to Dama 2. Okay, so I just used the Shinobi feat, and you'll see that it runs out here. And again, I want to grind in here, but I don't want to grind in the first few floors. I want to grind where the metal slimes are. So you use Shinobi feat, get through this first area, and then by the time it runs out, you're basically at the end of the area. So I'm running from this battle. If you remember what we talked about before, that you want to have a level 2 Sage that is up here. I already have a level 2 Sage, so it's faster to run from this battle. This is an especially slow fight because there's 3 groups of enemies. So that was unfortunate, but yeah, so you just walk back up. And I think right in this floor is when Shinobi feat will run out. Nope, sorry, next floor. Hold on, where did it run out? Oh no, it's on the tightrope floor, right? Hold on. Oh, did I use it at the beginning of this? I don't know. Either way, you don't want to use it like halfway through the dungeon, because when you get to this floor right here, you want Shinobi feat to be off so that you get into encounters, okay? Alright, so let's talk about our main goals of Garuna 2. 1. Get Sage to level 14, okay? So most people come here and they're like, oh, you know, I'm here to get my Mage to level 21 to learn the by-kill spell. And that's true, and we'll get to that. But Sage being level 14, heal more, Be Hoimi, spell, guaranteed level 14. So remember, way back when we were talking about spells, we were saying that there's spells and there's 2 pools. One pool is that a character will get it 100% when they level up. Another will be they have a 50% chance upon every level up to get a spell. Heal more is luckily in this first category, in which there's a 100% chance when the Sage gets level 14, she's learning Heal More, okay? So Heal More is really critical for basically all the boss fights, especially Baramos. We'll talk about what happens if you're at level 13. You can make it work, but actually no, I should say especially boss troll. You should have it by the time you get to Baramos. You definitely should not be under level 14 if you're at Baramos. Okay, so that's goal number 1. 2, get mage to level 21. Alright, so unfortunately, and this is probably my least favorite part of this entire speedrun, is that the by-kill spell, Baikiluto, 50% chance at level 21. It's every time you get to level 21, you basically have a 50-50 shot of being able to continue your speedrun, because you need to get this spell. This is the whole reason that your mage is getting to level 21. You can class change to level 20, and that's great, but the by-kill spell at level 21 is invaluable. It is the reason that you can beat Baramos. It speeds up literally every boss fight. It's arguably the best spell in the game. Shinobi feat and by-kill being probably the top 2 of all top 2 tier spells in this game. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that you need to assess what level of... assess what risk level you're playing at, okay? So if you're going for all out, like I was in this PB, just trying to go as fast as you can, and if a run does not get a level 21 by kill, you try again at level 22, and if it doesn't work out, then your run's dead. If you want to play it safe, what you can do is get very close to the EXP threshold, and then save your game right before. So I'll use the emulator just to sort of talk about what you would do. I don't have a video of showing this off, but I'm sure you could find people who have played this who've done this before. But the concept really, it's simple. It's basically, you know, you're in Dama. Yeah, it's definitely a run ender if you don't get it. So you're in Dama. I'm sorry, you're in Garuna. You just get through this. So, you know, you're in Garuna, you're doing your thing. You're monitoring your EXP level. And just to give you some context, as far as EXP thresholds, what we're looking to do is get the mage to level 21, right? So 45676 is the magic value for level 21. So this row, this column, mage. So that's the value that I want to get. So what you can do is that you can monitor your mage's EXP. And you're leveling up, and you say, okay, I've gotten to 45,000 EXP flat, and I only need 676 to go, okay? So what you can do is you can say, alright, I'm done grinding on medals. Instead of me getting past... Whoops. Instead of me getting past... I wonder why that happened. Level 21 and just blowing it if I don't get the spell that I want, I can just come down to Dama and I can save my game. And I can say, okay, I'm going to save my game. I'm going to get into a fight. I'm going to get into a fight out here. And ordinarily you have a few dead characters, so it's only the sage and the mage. And then you just fight out here, and you would just fight these battles until you got to level 21. You would get the EXP, you would go to level 21, you'd have a chance of getting the spell. If you didn't get the spell, you reset the game. You just literally do reset, come back, load your save file, and try again, okay? As you can imagine, it's slower. It's definitely slower. But if you're playing safety and you just want to get through a run, or if you're in a race, it's probably the best idea to just reset your game, okay? So, well, actually, let's keep going on this. So on the emu, basically there's a few points that you want to be at. You can do fights out here. Let me see if I've got a better save state. So post warrior death. I'm still kind of low level. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter which... Hold on. We're at the end of the game. See you later. So if you're outside of Dama, if you're fighting these enemies and you're just like, you know, level... You got 2 characters alive, you can fight these enemies and they're fairly simple. And I'll just tell you, you can mess around with this if you want. So if you want to reset, try again, say safety measure at level 21, you can save at Dharma right under 45676 EXP for Mage. Fight outside Dharma for roughly 250 to 300 EXP per fight. Fight outside of Edinburgh for, I'm gonna say roughly 500 EXP per fight. Okay, so as you're going along and you take a look at your EXP values and you're like, alright, well, you know, I've got a certain amount of EXP that I need to go through. You just assess how far away you are. So, say my mage had 45,000 flat. Okay, so again, the value I need to get to is 45,676. So I can say, alright, well, I'm just gonna go fight 2 or 3 battles outside of Dharma. I would fight 2 battles, get very, very close to 4567, but be fairly safe under it. Save the game, reset, and keep trying for level 21. So let's go back to the video. And I do want to talk about this too. What's up, Rikazo? Let's just finish up the main goals that we wanted to do. I mean, that's really it. We're coming to Garuna. We're getting level 14 on our Sage and getting heal more so we can do the Boss Gauntlet coming up. But we also need to do the final job change, which is the Mage. Need to get the By-Kill spell. It's the best spell for the Mage by far. And we're going to turn into a Warrior, but in order to do that, we have to put up with a 50% roll. 50% chance leveling up. So, assess what level of risk. So, if you want to play risky, you just keep fighting past level 21 and leveling up on medals. If you don't get at level 23, your run is probably just dead. Which is sad, but true. Alright, so let's just like look at my video. Basically, you come back to Garuna, right? You've only got the Sage and the Mage alive. So you have to adjust your strategy a little bit. So let's talk about battle strategy. So battle strategy, we've got Sage. Whips early on does like, I don't need to say like, let's say around 25 damage. Decreasing. So like 25 for the first enemy, then it goes down. But your Mage is much more powerful. Still has Thunder Staff, free Firebane, but also has other spells she gets as she levels up. So you need to be really conscious that you have the Blazemore Arami spell level. It's a chance to learn this, but starting 50% starting level 18. So once you get to level 18, you'll have a chance of learning Blazemore. No, I'm sorry, 17. And then Hiato, well, Snowstorm, Hiato Ruko. 50% starting, I think, level 19? I'm pretty sure it's 19. And those two spells are really great. So Blazemore, 100% success to kill Garuda. You don't want to use these, don't use on moths. Because moths actually moths resist fire 30% of the time. 30% of the time a moth will just not take damage from fire. So you come here, snowstorm, come over. So Blazemore is great for being able to just... Sorry, let's talk about Blazemore a little bit. Blazemore is really great for just sniping out a Garuda. But if you have the snowstorm ability, it's generally the strongest thing you can use. Don't use on Sky Dragons. Okay. What Snowstorm does... Sorry. Keep coming back to Blazemore. I'm gonna say around 70 damage. One target. But Snowstorm does 50 to 60 damage. One group. It will 100% kill moths. And I mean, this is just an estimation, but will either kill or heavily damage Garudas. So Garudas have 60 HP. Moths have about 40 HP. Neither of them resist ice, so they'll get owned. Also strong against Sky Dragon, because they don't resist ice either. What's up, Cass? Spells you ability are random. We talked about it before, but some spells you have a 50-50 shot of learning at every level, once you get to a certain level. So both of these spells, you have a 50% chance of learning, starting at level 17 and then starting at level 19. Okay, so it's just... We're talking about battle strategy here, and it's a little different than what it was before, because basically your mage is stronger and has these other spells that she'll learn. But your sage is weaker than the thief that you had before. So, yeah. I mean, in general, I'm going to say that you should use Sage to throw moth powders. Use Mage to snipe large groups of enemies, or use Poison Needle. So if you caught it, we were going over the Sage's equipment before. Right here. See if we can see it real quick. Actually, it's right at the end. Right here, okay? So, this is the Sage's inventory. The top of her inventory is the Steel Whip. Hagane no Muchi. The end of her inventory is the Steel Sword. Hagane no Suguri. Surugi. So those two together, Steel Whip and Steel Sword. What doesn't she have that the thief used to have? The Poison Needle. So she can't use it anymore. It's just not an option. So this is why the Sage throwing the moth powders is her best bet, because she doesn't really have much else to do. She can use the Steel Sword or the Steel Whip to clear out some enemies, but really what you're trying to do now is kill metals, and it really just depends on like what enemies are on the field. I will say in general during this section, well, why don't we do this? During this section, generally safer to clear out enemies, because you only have two characters, and your Sage is still relatively low level when you enter. How about starting out this section? Generally safer to clear out enemies. Okay. Switch up the music. Fairy World? Yeah, dude. Somewhere out there, Countdown's happy. Okay. So it's generally safer to clear out enemies. So I think, let's just watch what I do in this fight. What I'm guessing is that I use Marami to take out the Garudas. And I'm going to try to moth powder the metals and then the moths. So let's just, this is for my PB video, so let's just watch. Oh, sorry. Pop over to video. Okay, cool. Yep, so now the Garudas are 100% dead with 2 spells. These 2 metals are still around. I threw a moth powder on the left metal, and then on the left moth. And now I have a chance of getting 2. The moth on the left will have a chance to hit. And that was a really nice fight. That's just like, if you get 2 medals out of 2 medals, and it only takes like 3 or 4 turns to get them all, that's pretty good. Finish him off with the Firebane, and that fight was really, really great. For this point in the run, to be able to get 2 medals like that on your first fight in Garuna is fantastic. Okay? So let's keep going. So our Sage is leveling up here. Again, our goal is to get her to 14 and get the Mage to 21. So we're going along, I'm healing my party. Basically, you need to monitor... Let's talk about this quick. So we're still here. Monitor moth powders. So you want your inventory... I'm gonna say you should have 2 to 3 minimum on each character. So what this means is that you need to consider when you're earlier on in the first part of the grind. I've got here, you need to get total, when you buy them, 35 powders, and you should have around 8 for Garuna too. I put here 2 to 3 minimum. If you have a slow grind, or you waste some powders, unintended, you might run into some trouble, so I'll also just say like 2 to 3 minimum. Depends on how lucky you get with the medals showing up too. I think in my PB here, I got fairly lucky with medals. I got trapped there, nice. This is good. Throw a moth powder with a Sage. Use the Mage to use poison needles, so my notes are consistent here. This is looking good already, 1 medal down. Alright, so let's talk about this real quick. So, turn 1 was good. On turn 2, I'm using the Sage to attack, and remember what we were talking about before with the Steel Sword? If I equip the Steel Sword with the Sage, and the Mage has already dealt 1 damage to a medal, the Sage is going to attack the same medal, alright? But in this case, I know that the moth powder landed on the second medal here, the middle one of the 3. So I don't want to start hitting that medal. I want to hit the one on the left because I want the confused one to stay alive and hit the other one. Therefore, I don't swap to the Steel Sword because I don't want the Sage hitting the medal on the right. And the Mage has not hit the medal on the left yet, so basically the way the AI works is that once one character has done damage to one enemy, all other characters will deal damage to the same enemy, which makes sense. For physical attacks. Magic is slightly different. So... Oh, we got the police. Hold on. Alright, they're gone. Okay, so... Let's keep going through this. You'll see that I hit with the whip there instead. It was unfortunate it didn't hit, but he ran away. Again, with the Sage, I don't have a guaranteed shot of hitting a medal with a poison needle like I do with the Thief's poison needle. But still, getting 2 medals here is really nice. Looking good. I'm at level 13. Let's see how close. I should be right under. Alright, level 20. I just got my Snowstorm spell. So what I do right here, I very quickly open the menu, and I check to see how much EXP both of my characters need. So let's go to the spreadsheets real quick. Again, these are the 2 values, these are the 2 values I'm looking for. I want Mage to get to 45676, and I want Sage to get to 11807. So when I open the menu here, what I'm doing is I'm like assessing how much EXP I need on each character and what my general strategy is going to be. So I got 9,000 EXP. Whoops. Come over here. The EXP chart. So 9,000 EXP. I need 11,800. So that's about 3,800, and I need to fight 2 medals for that to happen. Okay? And then I quickly check Mage's EXP 42143. So that is about 3,000 EXP. So the Mage needs less EXP than the Sage in this case. And again, my goal is to get both of these to level 14 and level 21. So in this case, I really can't use the strategy to be able to save and reset and keep trying again over buy kill. One, because I'm just going for the fastest time I can possibly do, so that would waste a lot of time, and that's generally a safety strat. But also, the problem would be that if I were to get to, say, 1 medal and then a few fights, and I get just to 3,000 EXP on the mage that you see here, and I want to get 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. The problem being is that the Sage, as we just saw, needs around 4,000 EXP. Sorry, it went by quickly, but basically I needed 4,000 EXP for the Sage, 3,000 for the mage. So what I don't want to wind up in a situation in is that my mage got to level 21 because I was cutting it really close to the level 21 threshold to get the spell that I need, but then my Sage still needed 1,000 EXP. So at this point in the run, I'm like, alright, I'm not doing the safety strat at all. I'm just going to fight 2 medals, and once I get the 2 medals, I'll be good. I choose to run from this fight. You can easily fight this battle, but I knew that I needed to just get the quickest possible fight. When I was doing this run, going for sub 3, I really just cut all corners and played it risky to get the medals fights. So I get this fight. Again, I need minimum 2. I throw 2 moth powders. That's really unfortunate. They both hit the same medal. That's like a 1 in 5 chance times a 1 in 5 chance. It's 1 in 25 of that happening, which sucks. So, oh, I got a very nice kill there. Again, I'm looking for 2 medals, so I got 1 down. I think that left one is confused. So medals again have between 3 and 4 HP, so that middle one should die, and the right one may die. Yep, so I got more medals than I needed, and I got 4, which is awesome. Big EXP, huge amounts of EXP. And I just want to say this was so much EXP in that fight that if I had to get to level 22, I probably could. Because if you notice, level 21 is 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. But level 23 is 54, which is another 9,000 EXP, or I guess 8,500 EXP, which is a lot. But because I got so much in this fight, 8,000 EXP, and I only needed 3,000, that's 5,000 EXP extra. Meaning that if at level 21 I wasn't able to get the mage to learn the spell, I could reasonably fight a few more medals to get to level 22 and try again. If I was cutting it really close and I just got the EXP I needed, the 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, then I'd be 8,500 EXP away, and that probably wouldn't be realistic. It could happen, but it's not likely. But in this case, it's pretty good. So yeah, I got my Sage to level 14. She guaranteed learn and heal more. And now, this is the big moment. This is the moment of all speedruns, whether or not your run is going to live or die. The first level 21, if you get the first try by Karuto, you're just going to save a lot of time. It is based on the frame, okay? So, when your character rolls past this exact menu, the next menu will tell you whether or not you get the spell you want. So we'll see, and we got the spell. So it's based on the frame that you confirmed the prior menu. You hit the right frame, 50-50 shot, you get the spell that you want. Okay, that's the Metal Slime grind. So that's get by Karuto. Alright, get heal more, buy kill, and get out. Change classes. Change class. And that's it. Then you're done with the grind. Okay, so medals behind you. You don't have to grind for the rest of the game. It is all behind you. The rest of the game is a lot more straightforward. We'll talk about some strategies, but we should be able to get through the rest of the game pretty quickly. I will say that the second half of the game requires you to... Let's talk about the first half, because everything we covered up until this point is considered like the first half of the game, and the second half is quite different. The first half of the game has a lot of like mechanics about the game that require a deeper understanding, Whereas the second half of the game is a lot more reacting to the situations the game gives you and playing efficiently and effectively. And just as a contrast, like, the first half just has all of these, like, weird setting up your party in the exact way so that you can play the second half of the game like a regular Dragon Quest game with good characters. But there's so much, like, speed strats and speed tech that go into the first half that is really hard to understand. Personally, the second half of the game is way, way, way more fun. Once you get past this point, the rest of the game is just like fighting battles, reacting to bosses, having really good menu tech, and it's a lot of fun. So, I will say that if you're playing this game and you get sort of bogged down by the first half of the game, the second half of the game is way, way, way better. Way better. Alright. Mage turns. It's 2 warrior. Okay. So this is pretty simple. You just come here, change her to a warrior, we go to Baharata. So now we're in the Orb Collection. This is a very large section. At this point, you're basically just going to do everything you can to get all the orbs and go fight Baramos. Pretty simple, right? Alright, so we have a quick menu here. What we do is we throw the Meteorite Armband back to the Sage. We give the Thunder Staff to her so that she has free Firebane spell if she needs it. And we put the Meteorite Armband goes to the Sage. And then Heavy Metal Ring. This is a strat that I don't do anymore, but I used to do. You can throw the Heavy Metal Ring on the Mage Warrior if you'd like, but really you should just have it on at the Zoma fight. It has to do with the personality that it influences your mage at, and we were talking about personalities before, but if you throw the Heavy Metal Ring on your Sage, I don't need an Orb Collection, but it's generally Orb Collection, so 2 Lancel. Choose Heavy Metal Ring or not. So it's either Tough Guy or Though Guy, Iron Man versus Solitary. So Solitary is what we talked about before. When you equip the Heavy Metal Ring, your personality becomes Solitary. If you leave it off, it'll just be whatever you started the game as, which is Tough Guy. So you take 120 Vitality here versus Tough Guy, which is Tough... Huh? Oh, I see it. Tough, which is 140%, or Iron Man, which is 130. So if you throw the Heavy Metal Ring on, you'll get a little bit more agility, which is nice. We'll talk about why once we get to the late game, but having a Mage Warrior that is faster than your hero is very, very nice. So, yeah, it's really up to you, basically, if you want a little more agility on your Mage Warrior or you want a little more HP. I'm going to go ahead and say that you should probably not equip the Heavy Metal Ring. I did it because I learned from Maru-san and he did it, but upon review of some runs that failed, I think it's smarter to go for the HP rather than the agility. Agility is such a... or turn order, I should say, is affected by agility, but it's such a random part of the game, who goes in what order in every fight. And the HP survivability is probably more important. Anyways, let's just keep going through the game. Really, we're on our way to get the blue orb now. It's pretty simple. I use Shinobi feat, which is important, and we can just fast forward here. Run from everything. Absolutely. Run from, well, I should say run from, if Sage is not 14, or is 14 plus, you run from everything. If not, fight to level 14. In Gaia's navel, which is where we're going. So, Gaia's navel. So nothing really special here. Your Sage is going to be solo here, so if there's ever an opportunity for you to fight some battles to get EXP solely for the Sage, this is your point to do it. So when I was talking before about potentially being at level 13, leaving the grind because you're focused on the mage getting into level 21, you can do it. This is your opportunity during this section right here to do battles alone and get some extra EXP. I already got to level 15 with my Sage, so I'm by far okay. Keep your HP high and keep HP relatively high. And most importantly, keep 8 MP for outside. You don't want to walk out of here without enough MP. So that is by far the top priority. Use herbs if you have to, in order to save MP. So I'm gonna move that down. So you come here, you get the Terra armor real quick, which is pretty simple to pick up. It's not too far out of the way, but it is both a decent piece of equipment and it sells for 9,000 gold, which is really, really nice. So yeah, I mean, this is just to bring up the point that I was talking about before. With Shinobi feet, like, I had a few steps here before I was going to run out of Shinobi feet. But if I use it right here, right now, I avoid that text message. Alright, so we get through here, there's not too much interesting. Running from battles, pick up the blue orb, use outside, use Shinobi feet, and then we warp to Portoga. What we're doing now is going to pick up the Lamp of Darkness. So we're on our way down. We're going to revive our characters. Nothing really interesting here. Revive your characters, Shinobi feet. Oh, you give the warrior the earth armor, Terra armor. So this piece of equipment right here, you give it to the warrior. And he'll use that for a while. It's a pretty good piece of equipment. Okay, keep going. This is a really unfortunate fight to get into. Usually you don't get into a fight here. And my mage warrior died. Wow. That's really bad. Yeah, that's too bad, but honestly you just do hit on from everything. I'm just gonna put in my notes so that when people look at this later, like, I think a lot of confusion that goes into this game is to, like, when I should fight things or when I should run from things. And sometimes there's some gray area, but for the most part it's pretty black and white. Like, fight things through here or don't fight anything through here. And during this section, you definitely should just run away. It's not in your best interest. The mage warrior died because she's still level 1, and there's some times where you just have to accept the risks of getting into a fight. Okay, so you come to Teidon to get the green orb, black hood, I guess, Lamp of Darkness. Oh yeah, so this is what I was talking about before. I'm in town, right? I'm gonna see this message right here, the Shinobi feet message. That's okay. It would be a waste of my time to use the Shinobi feet cast in town because I'm gonna have to use it one more time anyways. And even though it takes some time to look at the text message, this text message right here, it's more time to cast Shinobi feet again if it's a waste of a Shinobi feet. So what I'm saying is that I'm walking around town and I don't need to cast Shinobi feet again. I'll just look at the text message. Alright, get the black hood, I open the menu, I sort items for everybody, and I sort my bag. This just has to do with menu optimization. Really, you just clear out your items because you need to have space for a few key items that you're going to use. So, you get the Lamp of Darkness here. We talked about it very briefly before, but we should just talk about Lamp of Darkness and what it does. Basically, resets encounter rate. It is an invaluable piece of equipment and it plays out in the routing of the next like 45 minutes of the game heavily. Okay, so it resets the encounter rate. What does that mean? we have been talking about this for a while, but if you take a look at the encounter counter at the top, right? So let's get into a situation where, say I'm like here, okay? And if I try to make it to the tower, I won't. I'll get into a fight one step before. However, if I get to like a halfway point or something, what I do is I open the menu and I find the let's find it. Somebody should have it. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yep. I use the Lamp of Darkness. It changes it from daytime to nighttime. And then look at my encounter counter at the top. It's magically reset. It's as if I entered an area or I got into a fight and got out of the fight. And my encounter counter was reset. This is what it does. It resets the encounter rate. So now I can safely make it. Again, I wouldn't have made it if I didn't use it here. But if I open the menu and use it, I am going to make it now. This is invaluable. Every time you walk on the world map, you have to consider whether or not it's daytime or nighttime, and at which point should you use the Lamp of Darkness. Okay? Important concept. And in general, again, you can follow the notes of the speedrun. The speedrun notes, you can follow a video as to when they use the Lamp of Darkness, but you just need to be conscious that it's routed very specifically, and every time you use Shinobi feet or you use the Lamp of Darkness, and it's in a very specific spot, which is based on, sadly I forget his name, but there's a Japanese guy who did a lot of sort of like data testing and found the optimal points to use both Shinobi feet and the Lamp of Darkness to reset the encounter rate. So, in general, if you follow the videos of pretty much anybody who runs this game at a high level, they're using all the same points. Okay. So we're on our way to Samanosa. So you'll see here, I don't use Shinobi feet. Ocean encounters have the lowest encounter rate in the game, especially that area. And we're going. So we're going to Samanosa. You'll find I get through here. Come here. And when you get to the corner, right... Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's a really early fight, unfortunately. This is a really slow battle. Really slow. I'm just gonna say this. Yeah, oh well, that's what I do actually. So right here is when you use Shinobi feet, because that's mathematically the best place to use it. And then also mathematically the best place to use the Lamp of Darkness is in this spot here. So I'll open... I would have... Okay, so this is a little confusing to understand, but bear with me. Right now, right here, my encounter counter was set to a random value, which happened to be very small. If I didn't get into this fight right here, and just keep in context that when I leave this battle, my encounter counter is reset again. If I didn't get into that fight, the best opportunity would have been for me right here to use the Lamp of Darkness. But because I got my encounter counter reset right here, it makes more sense for me to take a few more steps past where I was originally supposed to use it to reset my encounter rate. I unfortunately got into another fight, which, just from speaking from experience, is crazy. You should get through this area with 0 fights. At this point, my encounter counter got reset so often that I decided not to use the Lamp of Darkness. The Lamp of Darkness is great, but it also spends a little bit of time. And if your encounter got reset already because you got into a fight, then you're gonna waste more time by resetting it again. Let's just go through what it should look like, because this is important. Go to End Bear. That is not End Bear at all. Shinobi feet. You can see that the depletion rate here is 51. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see that. Because we're on an emulator. Okay. See how low the encounter rate is in the ocean? That's why you don't have to worry about Lamp of Darkness here. Hello, Just Noons. So, here. I'm here, I use Shinobi feet. You can see that the depletion rate is 128, and the Salmonoso part of the world map just has a very low depletion rate. So, optimally, I'm gonna get to this spot here. Why did that happen? Should be right here. Oh god, almost turboed the menu. Alright, Shinobi feet, get to here, and then you'll see that ordinarily I should be able to get right here. Use the Lamp of Darkness, which is mathematically the best spot to use it in, given that you hadn't get into an encounter yet. And then you use it here. Encounter just got reset again. I'm going to walk through this area, and I stepped into the forest twice, but you shouldn't step into the forest. And then I made it all the way. Okay. Alright, at this point, I will say that you should run from all fights. There are some fights that you could fight. Exception, 3 times Kongs use sleep with Sage Hero. Actually, I don't know if the hero should have it. Defend with others. Run turn 2. Everything else you really should just run away from. You'll notice my Mage Warrior is still dead. What I'm doing here is I'm putting herbs in her inventory. Yeah. And very quickly, there's some route divergences, but I will say that you may watch some runners who do this. I don't think many people do this anymore. I used to do it because Maro-san, prior world record holder, did it. Yeah, at this point in the game, you can decide if you wanted some extra money, which is great for like a race or something. You come to Romilly, you come up here, and now that you have the ultimate key, you can very quickly get into this vault. And you get 2 pieces of equipment, which are the Assassin's Dagger and the Aeolus Shield, together which sell for 5,000 gold, and they're not worth any, they're not valuable to you in any way other than the money, so. But I don't do that during my runs, most people don't anyways. So at this point what you do is you need to give herbs to the Mage Warrior. Give herbs to Mage Warrior for bosses. Next few bosses. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna keep going. Now, we wing to Salmonosa. Why do we wing to Salmonosa when we're literally 1 step away? We wing to Salmonosa to reset the day-night cycle, okay? So, it was nighttime. I used a wing. Now it's daytime. Instead of me having to stay at the end, I just threw a wing to be able to make it daytime. And if you think about it, and this is maybe something I didn't talk about specifically, but when I set up here, be conscious of the daytime, nighttime, I guess, cycle. I can't use the Lamp of Darkness when it's night. I can only use it when it's daytime. Therefore, I can only reset the encounter rate when it's daytime. So, I threw a wing to get outside of Salmonosa so that I could... Wow, I didn't realize this. This is really nasty. Ordinarily, you come to Salmonosa and you... Whoops. Nobody's got MP. Come to Salmonosa. It'll be nighttime. So let's just say it was nighttime. So say it's nighttime. Oh, sorry. Emu. So it's nighttime. I either cast a return spell or throw a wing. It's the exact same thing. Come here. Now it's daytime. I have got Shinobi feet on. And then I walk to right in this spot, and I use the Lamp of Darkness again. Reset the encounter rate, and now I have the best chance of making it to here without any fights. So that's the reason for that. Just be very conscious of what time of day it is. Okay, this was an awful section. The fact that 2 characters died is insane. You'll notice that I didn't revive my character right away, and it was because if one character dies, generally I should just wait until I do the next boss fight. And if all characters die except one, really except a sage, I'll just revive them all in one batch. What I didn't want to have happen was one person died, then I go revive them, and then another person dies, and then I have to go back and revive them. I'd rather, if somebody dies, I wait for everybody to see if all of them die, and then put up with it then. And revive them all in one go. So you come here, get the raw mirror. I will say that there is a... Let me get to the right floor. Oh, it's right before this. Right here. So that leftmost chest, that has a strength seed in case you want it. Okay, so the fastest place to warp. This is just in general. Well, fastest place to revive is Kazav. So if you ever need to revive any character and you need to warp around to do it, the fastest place to go to is Kazav on your menu. Always. Come here, revive my characters, get out. We're back to Samanosa. So when we're in Samanosa, we sell our magic shields. We don't need the magic shields anymore on the hero and the mage warrior, because we're about to give them dragon shields. Then we sell some other stuff. Again, you can follow the notes, but it's basically stuff that's been outclassed or we don't need anymore. We sell one of the steel whips, because only the hero needs a steel whip now. Sell the silk robe, don't need it anymore. We're looking for 20,300 gold. We come here, and you generally don't have problems with money at this point in the game. Go to the zombie killer, you buy that for the warrior, then we buy 3 dragon shields. So 3 dragon shields allow you to resist fire and ice spells, and breath attacks too. And that is pretty much crucial to be able to survive Baramos. They're just good pieces of equipment. Alright, come here, use the Lamp of Darkness, we're out of here. So we use the lamp here because we need to make it nighttime, and it happens to be the fastest way to make it nighttime, obviously. So, come here, go to boss troll. Before we get to boss troll, get life nuts. Life force nuts. And change party order. That's important too. You want the hero and the warrior to be first. Okay, so boss troll. Let's talk boss troll. This is the first real boss fight since like Kandar 2, which was like an hour ago. Okay. So boss troll. Boss troll has 1500 HP. Use it, so has regular attack, decrease, Rukanon, and criticals. So criticals, the way criticals work, so if you see large swing animation, 1 in 8 chance to be criticaled. So this guy can be stop spelled, which is what we're gonna do, and cannot actually critical you if he is by-killed himself. So this is a genuine part of the strategy. Basically, the way this fight goes is that you spend how the fight goes. Spend 6, so spend, I guess 2 to 3 turns, well, let's just say 3 turns trying to stop spell him and using increase or Sukaruto spell 6 times. Okay, so the idea is that you're going to try to stop spell him, so he stops decreasing your defense. Then you spend those same turns getting your defense as high as you can possibly get. Then you cast Buy Kill on the boss, which sounds like a terrible idea. You just gave a strong boss double his attack power. But because you're able to use Increase so much, you're able to withstand him at Buy Kill. And when you Buy Kill him, again, he can't critical you. I don't need, actually. He can't critical you if he's Buy Killed. So you will no longer get owned by this boss. A critical will do like 150 damage to you, and unless you're in the first 2 slots of the party, your characters will probably die. My Sage has abnormally high HP here. 176 on a level 15 Sage is like nuts, which is cool. Okay, so we're through Boss Troll. So yeah, you set up basically turn 1, usually you'll land Stop Spell right away. 70% of the time. It's a 70% chance, but if you have your hero, who in my case did not learn Mahoton, which is Stop Spell, but if he has it, he uses it. The warrior has the Mufuji Wand, which is Stop Spell, or Mist Staff, so he uses that. Last 2 characters have the Increase spell, and they use that. Turn 1, he usually does a physical and then uses Rukanon, which is decrease on you. And once you see... this is something that trips people up too. So you see this animation? That message, especially that second character there, that is the specific message for success. You basically were able to stop spell him, which is great. Okay? So once you see that message in the middle, that means that you stop spelled him. Okay. Tsukuruto. So once you have stop spell landed, hero and warrior defend until they can attack. Well, really, until Boss Troll is Buy Killed. Switch up the music a bit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So once he's Buy Killed, you're in good shape. So again, we're defending. I just used Tsukuruto 5 times, and then I'm using Buy Kill on the boss. So just to be clear, it goes fast, but right here, you see Tsukuruto? I'm going to switch to Buy Kill, and you hit right, and you confirm it on Boss Troll, and you hit him with it. So I'm going to say prioritize HP over 80 on everyone except Mage. Keep max HP. Okay. So yeah, Boss Troll, when he's Buy Killed, will do a very weird amount of damage. It'll be between like 1 damage and 40 damage. And he goes twice every turn, so if your character gets under 80 HP, they're at risk of dying. Your Sage is fast and has the Meteorite Armband on and should go first, but you should always keep your HP above 80. And if it drops before that, then have your Sage use Heal More. You can see that the hero is in trouble now, so I actually opt to defend, and my Sage just got outsped, so I'm glad I did defend with the hero, because he just got hit for 21 damage, and if he was not defending, he'd be dead. So I did that. Now he's back at 100, which is safe. And yeah, so the next part of the fight is, once he's Buy Killed, Sage will prioritize healing when You don't need to heal. Try to land sap. So sap decreases his HP by his defense by 120 points, which is pretty significant. And once he's sapped, he starts to melt away. He'll do about 300 damage a turn for the first two characters. Maybe a little less than that, like 250 to 300. And Mage Warrior will use herbs to heal. Well, I guess we'll first buy kill the warrior, then the hero, then use herbs to heal. Any remaining MP when HP for party is high, use Snowstorm. So let's just watch this fight. I'm going to try to land Rukani. I learned it right away. Sap. So now you can see how much damage I start doing. About 250, which is a lot. And I start using my mage to use herbs. I'm going to use my sage to deal some extra damage. So even the sage does 55 damage, which is pretty good. So now my hero dropped below 80, so I healed him. First two characters are just plowing away at the boss. And I'm using my, I used my mage to cast another round of Sukuruto, get my defense to max because I only used it 5 times before. Hero and the warrior are just plowing away. I opted to use buy kill on the sage so that she would do a little bit of extra damage. And then I think at this point the mage can use Snowstorm. Let's see what I do. So I'm trying to heal and I use a herb on the warrior. But Ballstrill is pretty much dead. Yep, there it goes. So that's it. This guy seems a little scary, but really just need to try to keep everybody alive because the EXP that the Mage Warrior gets from this fight is pretty good. There's not a lot of EXP, but it's having the difference between a level 1 and a level like 7 or 8. I think it's level 8 she gets to for Orochi. Can make a decent difference. Nope, level 7. Okay. Alright, ball stroll down. So yeah, we get the change rod, we use a holy water, we go to Kazav, we're gonna go into Noaniels for a warp point. This will throw off your warping menu a little bit. So now Noaniels is in the 5th slot, so every other town on the warp points have been shifted down 1. So you go to the Elven Village, you're gonna have to keep using the change rod to be able to change into either slime or dwarf. So this is pretty bad luck right now. It's 2 out of 7. 2 out of 7 success. So we finally got it. What we do is we sell off a bunch of stuff. We sell off the steel whip for the hero. We don't need it because he's about to get a thunder sword. We sell off the Terra armor because it's very valuable for 9,000 gold. And we sell off the Sage's Thunder Staff, which we don't need anymore. We need to get to 13,800 so we can afford 2 prayer rings. We'll talk about prayer rings in a bit. And then we get sleep staffs. Sleep staffs are single-handedly probably the best item in the game. Sleep is a devastating status effect, and now I've got 2 of them, and I've got 2 characters that can cast sleep for free. And some of these are characters that would not have the sleep spell at all, so it's a fantastic spell. Okay. So you get those pieces of equipment, you open here, you do some menu optimization, you put the Lamp of Darkness in the hero's inventory, and then you come down and give the Sage's staff, or the Sleep Staff to the Mage Warrior. Oh, I actually just blew that menu. Very nice. So you give this to the Mage Warrior. Just something quickly, the Mage Warrior automatically gets equipped with the Cypress Stick, because there is no other weapons in the inventory. So you throw the Sleep Staff over the Cypress Stick, and what happens is, so right here, get the Sleep Staff, give it to the Mage Warrior. I put it over the Cypress Stick, which is not a piece of equipment that I even want. And what happens is that the game sees that it's a piece of, it's like a piece of equipment, it's a armor, and it puts it in the very first slot. So you see that right there? You see that in the 5th slot of her inventory is now the sleep staff. What that means is that when you're in battle and you go to open the menu, the item menu, your cursor will be directly on the sleep staff rather than at the end of your inventory. So what that means is that, like, regardless of how many herbs you have or how big your inventory is or even what your equipment is, if you do this strat, the first cursor selection will always be the sleep staff, which is good. You're trying to cut down on, like, thinking and where things are in your inventory. So in this case, it'll always be in your first slot, which is cool. We're going to distribute the prayer rings later, but right now we're just going to go to Edinburgh, and we're on our way to do the side quest. I'm going to blaze through this area pretty quickly. There's really not much to be said. You use Shinobi feet in certain areas. I changed it to nighttime to reset the encounter rate. I come up here, I get the Sailor's Bone, I go to Romilly, I used the holy water. Let's just watch this. Use the holy water because there's a few steps on the land right here. It's not much, but it is a few steps. Come down here, just a safety measure. If you wanted to, there's a strength seed in the bottom left pot, the gray pot to the right. Come here, get the memories of love. Okay, let's break out the emulator for this one. This is important. So this game is somewhat deceptive in the way that encounters work, and it really just has to do with the encounter rates. And we talked about this before, but in one part of the game, I'm just gonna go through it as an example point because this is important. Romilly, no, Flyhen. Come here. Counter rate is like this. I'm just gonna go all the way over. That double encounter rate we'll talk about in a second. But if you remember, when we were in this area, look at my encounter counter. It's literally 0. It's not, I'm sorry, it's literally changing by 0. It's not even going anywhere, alright? So this is a problem. Well, no, it's good for us, but this is a problem for us to consider encounter rates when we're in certain areas. So when I was in the area that I was just at, no annuals in the video, you might think it's dumb and that I come all the way up here and then I start to go right. And you'll see that the eventual goal is to go down right. So, like, why would I come all the way up here if I'm just going to go down right? And the reason is that, if you take a look, once we get into, where is it? Right here. So, I'm supposed to be on this axis when I'm sailing to the right. But if I sail down one, you'll see that my water encounters have doubled. So my depletion rate now is 102. So instead of making it all the way this far, if I were to be one down, I would only make it this far, which is literally half. So it's like a hidden depletion rate, and being on the exact x-axis will allow you to bypass a dangerous part of the water. So if we go through here, let's just watch the video now. Oh, is that true, Rikazo? I'm very, very proud of that run. Okay, so you come here, I went up a few steps, Shinobi feet. I'm going to use a Lamp of Darkness right about now, which will be the optimal time to use it. And then you'll see that I go down. And then again, I'm in safe encounter zone. I'm just going to do this too. This is a little hard to conceptualize unless you see it on the map. So what I do is that I get to this point, and as soon as you see that little sliver on the left, sorry, back to Emu, you see that little sliver of island on the left? You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now you can see that my depletion rate is 51. If I was in this area, it'd be 102. If I was in this area, it'd be 102. So what you do is like, you come down to here where it's 51, and then at this exact point, you get into one tile of 102 depletion, then you go left and you're back in 51, and now you're safe again. So, yeah, that's the way it works. So again, just watch a video, be very conscious of what the video does and where it's stepping, but that's important. Alright, so ordinarily you would go into that shrine to encounter reset, but because I got into a fight, that's effectively the same as an encounter reset, so I'm not going to do that. Come down here, use Shinobi feet, change it to nighttime because it was daytime, allowing me to optimally reset the encounter rate. Nothing really interesting here. Keep going, we're going to get the Gaia sword, we're going to Shinobi feet, we're going to warp to do side quest. Be mindful of sailing and counter areas. Not side quest. Do trading sequence. Shinobi feet, and then I think quickly I did a heal because I knew some characters got hit, which is fine. I think I was worried I didn't need Shinobi feet, and I think right here, yes, right here. Oh, I used the raw mirror, but you're supposed to use the lamp of darkness. Okay, so come here. Nothing really interesting. Use the Pre-necron. You swap your party around. So swap party. So it's to sage, warrior, hero, mage. This has to do with the Orochi fight coming up. 2 Orochi fights. Alright, Necrogon. Necrogon is a pretty scary area. Necrogon overworld. So these enemies are just like, they're dangerous. And this is, I think I'm actually just gonna warp there. Let me do this. Is everybody out of MP? Almost. It's probably best to just show you, because I do want to drill through some of the enemies. And there's only like 4 types of enemies in the Necrogon, but they all have very specific strats. I'm gonna have to swap my equipment around to be what it would be if I was at that point in the speedrun. So you've got the sleep staff, which is correct. And you have it as well. Yeah, there is a lot of research that goes into this stuff. So my party order is Sage, Warrior, Hero, Mage. I went to the wrong town, nice. Go to Asalam, come down here. Let's just drill through each one of these fights real quick. Now, admittedly, I'd be a much lower level than I am when I first get through the Necrogon, but the fights are going to be pretty much the same. In case anybody's curious, the fights that you get in the overworld at daytime and nighttime are not affected by day or night cycle. They're the same fights. So, okay, so let's get through the Necrogon. I believe these are the only 3 enemies you'll see here. I'm trying to think if there's another. I don't think so. So let's just talk about each enemy. Really, for what you need to know for a speedrun, it's pretty simple. Clouds. So, frost clouds. Go to sleep often. Or, highly susceptible to sleep. So in general, if you see a group of frost clouds, you can just run from them. I'm sorry, put them to sleep and try to run from them. What do I do? Enemies. This shouldn't take too long. Trolls. Also highly susceptible to sleep. 30% chance to be expelled. Expelled damage. What's up, Summoner? And Mini Demon. can be put to, so let's just say 30% chance to sleep. I want to say that this is a 70% chance, but I'm not 100% positive on that. But I am much more confident in saying that these guys have a 30% chance to be put to sleep. So, in general, if you see a troll or a frost cloud, you put them to sleep with the sleep staffs that your first and last characters in your party, your sage and your mage warrior, have right now. If you see a mini demon, you generally prioritize putting other enemies to sleep. So in general, what you do is like round 1 of any of these fights, you just try to put enemies to sleep. I'm gonna have my sage go for the frost clouds. I'm gonna defend. I'm gonna have my mage warrior go forward the trolls. When you're at the correct levels at this point in the game, your mage is quite slow and your sage is much faster, so you want to have your sage attack or try to put the more dangerous enemies to sleep. So in this case, the frost clouds can cast snowstorm on you and do quite a bit of damage, so I would have the sage hit the frost clouds, and I would have the mage warrior go for the troll, which is an already slower enemy. One more thing, you can use expel with your hero instead of defending if you would like. So let's just see how this plays out. Turn 1, I put these guys to sleep. So that's the success message, that last word right there. If it's a short word instead of a long word or 2 words, it means that they went to sleep. So they both went to sleep, which is nice. One of them tried to go. The right one used, the mini demon used Marami. So Troll was able to go before even my level 20x mage warrior. So now I try to use Expel, it works, so now the Mage Warrior doesn't have anything to do, and now I just try to run away. So in general strategy, run, or spend 1 turn putting enemies to sleep, then run away. I mean, that's really it. We don't have to really talk about it too much more. Oh, I'm sorry, I had the wrong menu up. Let's just get through. So this is a pretty free fight. Put them to sleep. 2 out of 3 went to sleep. The right one didn't bother using Snowstorm. And then they all got their actions, and because my Mage Warrior is slow, she went after they all got their actions. So if any of them woke up, she has a chance to put them to sleep again. And one of them did go to sleep, so now I just try to run away. So I failed to run away twice, but you'll notice that because they were asleep, there was 2 full turns of them sleeping, and I was able to get away. So that's like a picture-perfect example of what you should be trying to do. You put them to sleep, you try to run away, and if they're sleeping while you run away, they might wake up, but hopefully they don't get into too many chances to attack you. So you'll see that as soon as it's daytime in the Necrogon, I immediately use a Lamp of Darkness, and then we continue. I got into another fight. Oh no, I didn't get into a fight. Cool. So that's really it. It's just like try to put enemies to sleep. Alright, so Necrogon itself. You shouldn't get into too many fights in the Necrogon, but basically get 2 pieces of equipment. Then so run from encounters in the beginning. Then you get to 2 pieces of equipment. Allocate immediately after a second. So come here. I got into a fight here. So let's just talk about new enemies. Hollow Ghosts can cast Beat. Zaki can be expelled. It's 70 plus. It's either 70% exactly or it's higher. It's not 100%, but I don't know the exact percentage. But it's pretty high. Yeah, so like in this case, I'm actually curious what I do. I'd probably just try to run away from this battle. Oh no, I did. Wait, what did I do? Oh yeah, I tried to put the mini demons to sleep and then I cast Nifaramu, I'm sure. Oh, my inventory was messed up because I collected the Thunder Staff, so that's why. Anyways, I do try to put the left ones to sleep. They just cast Zaki. Oh, and defeat Zaraki. So I was actually quite lucky, because they used both of those spells. I mean, it's really unlucky that they cast those, but... yeah, so you use Expel on them, and now I'm just going to run away from battle. That was a really, like, unfortunately unlucky, then lucky that I didn't get owned. Then my Mage Warrior got into critical, too. This is a pretty nasty fight, honestly. And there was a 3-try fail. Did my Mage Warrior die, too? No. Yikes. Nasty fight. Anyways, got away. I'm going to do some menuing, give the equipment to my characters. Thunderstaff goes on the hero, or Thunder Sword goes on the hero, which is a really great piece of equipment. I'm going to use it on some other characters for the rest of the game, and then the Sword Edge armor is going to go in the warrior, and he's going to keep that for the rest of the game. So heal up, keep going. Cast, Expel. Lions and Tortragons. Run away. Sleep other groups. Yeah, that was me being pissed off that first fight happened, and I got into this fight, which I could put the Frost Clouds to sleep and defend with others and then try to run away, but I was just pissed at that point. I wanted to save time, so I ran away, and it worked out. I will just say, in general, down here, like, if everybody's at max HP and you wanted to play a little bit risky like that, it's not the end of the world. You can take a lot of damage, but there's some fights that you actually won't take a ton of damage from. And admittedly, that is a fight. This fight here is one in which you can take a lot of damage, but yeah, I was just fed up and I wanted to get out of here, so I ran away. I will say, you can fight some fights down here, but only do so if your Mage Warrior died during Boss Troll. And the fight is very simple. 3 times Frostbot. So, use Thunder Sword, which is free boom spell. Iora. So we get through this, Shinobi feat. So this is a good fight. Like, I don't need to fight this battle. Let's see what I do. No. I decided not to fight it, but I am going to try to put them to sleep. So 3 out of 4 went to sleep. They used Frost Breath, which is not as bad as Snowstorm. So now they're all asleep. I'm going to try to run away. That failed. That ran away. So that's the fastest way to get through that battle, but if you wanted the EXP in that fight, you could have easily just used a combination of Thunder Sword and Firebane Mage spell. Oh, I guess these guys too. And Jewel Bag. In general, I think the Necrogon itself is not very dangerous, but you can lose a bit of time. Just keep your HP high, make sure you put certain enemies to sleep, or you expel other enemies. Oops. Okay, let's keep going. We're gonna get through Orochi. I mean, just to give you context, you get the Silver Orb, you come to Japang, you go right into the cave, you're gonna go fight Orochi 1. Very simple place to get to. Now. I'm just gonna say follow path. Really, it's simple. Alright, Orochi 1. Before battle, make sure everyone is healed, and Sage has 40 plus MP. So 40 plus MP is sort of like the max amount of MP you'll need in either Orochi 1 or Orochi 2 to be able to survive. Okay. So, I know... I must have checked somewhere along the way when I got healed. Let's just see. Yeah, I knew I had enough MP. Alright, cool. So, Orochi 1 has... Actually not even sure. I think it's 1800. I know the second one has 2000, but let's go over to our data. Orochi 1 has 1800, that's right. 1800 HP. And just take a quick look at their stats. Sorry if it's a little hard to see, but Orochi 1 has 130 attack, Orochi 2 is 140, Orochi 1 is 40 agility, Orochi 2 is 50 agility. They both have the same defense of 68. And yeah, Orochi 2 gives roughly 4 times EXP, a little less, just a barely little less than 4 times EXP than Orochi 1. Alright, so back to the video. Yeah, so you want to make sure that before you enter Orochi 2, you've got 40 MP. So, let's see. Orochi 1. I guess I can do this. Okay, so Yamada no Orochi. So he's got strong breath, $30 to $40 per ally. That's definitely his worst move, and regular attack. So, I mean, regular attack unbuffed will do like 50 or so damage, depending on the character and what armor they have. 50. So, general strategy, cast Manusa, or surround Manusa with Sage, Mage, Warrior, buy kills, Hero, and Mage, Warrior. Then Sage casts Sap, Rukani. Mage Warrior will use herbs when Sage to stay high HP. When Sage, Mage have nothing else to do, have them use Sleep Staffs. So Orochi 2 is susceptible to surround, sleep, and sap. So the order is you surround him first, and during the first 2 turns, Mage Warrior will buy kill your 2 attackers. Then the Sage is going to try to get sap off, and the Mage Warrior then can make sure that anybody who needs to be healed gets healed. Actually, Sage, both of them need to heal. Sage will use heal more or herbs, and then when they have nothing else to do, they can try to put him to sleep. He's got about a 30% chance to go to sleep, and you've got the sleep staves on those 2 characters, while the other 2, the warrior and the hero, will just plow away and do damage. So you buy kill the hero first because he's got the Thunder Sword now, and he's a stronger character than the warrior is now and will be for the rest of the game. So let's just watch this fight. First turn, surround. Buy killed the hero. Go for surround. That surround failed, so I'm gonna have to do it again, and I have to be really careful about my HP. Luckily he didn't give me a breath attack, so I use surround again. Buy killed the warrior. Middle 2 characters are gonna attack. Surround landed. Now I'm going to try to do Rukani, which is sap, and I'm going to try to put him to sleep because nobody's at a dangerous threshold. He went to sleep, so now I can start... I use speed up with the... I guess I can do that. Or speed up with the Sage. Pio Remo. This is the first instance we use speed up. So speed up obviously just speeds up your characters, means that you'll go before Orochi more often. Yeah. And let's just say general strategy. Keep HP, I'm gonna say above like 60 to 70 HP. Mage Warrior still has low max HP. So I would generally keep your Mage Warrior at like max HP. Keep at max. Everybody else, I'm gonna say like around 70. You see someone start to dip before that. If they get hit by a physical and they get hit by a large breath attack, they're probably gonna die. Okay, so I'm trying to put them to sleep, otherwise my two middle characters collectively do over 300 damage a turn. If the Sage has literally nothing else to do, I can have her attack too, though you probably should just have her use the sleep staff to be safe. I'm playing a little bit aggressively. Orochi 1 is pretty much a pushover. So the 3 attacks, that was actually really good fight. Even though Surround didn't land on turn 1, he went to sleep at perfect times and cut out a lot of animations. Okay, so after the fight, between fights, heal party, make sure HP or MP on Sage is over 40. Use prayer rings. Alright, so this is what I'm doing right now. I am going into my bag and taking out the prayer rings. I'm going to give them both to my Sage, and then I have to use them with my Sage. So I bought 2 prayer rings. We didn't talk about this yet, but prayer rings are probably one of the worst parts of this game. You have to rely upon prayer rings to be able to restore your MP rather than going and healing somewhere. Therefore, you need to basically gamble on them not breaking. I've heard many different things, and this is something I'd like to do a simulator for, but basically, from what I've gathered and talked to people, it's about a 1 in 16 chance of a prayer ring breaking. And if a prayer ring breaks, you only get about 5 throughout the game. 4 depending if you're playing risky like I did. So it's a pain in the ass, really. You just have to hope that they don't break. But in this case, in this particular instance, I got 32 MP, which is really nice. And please make sure that you give the Orochi or the Kusanagi sword to the Mage Warrior, because the Mage Warrior now has a decent sword to use and will start dishing out some damage. So give that to the Mage Warrior. Instead of doing 34 attack power, just got 99. Make sure everybody's healed. MP's over 40. Orochi 2. I'm gonna say that Orochi 2 is a similar to Orochi 1. Orochi if. Differences. Orochi 2 can't go to sleep. Orochi 2 has weak breath attack, so, and very slightly stronger attack defense. So you're not going to spend any time bothering putting to sleep. However, because his attack is higher, you opt to spend turn 1, you're going to do increase, defend, increase. You're not gonna even, don't bother with surround. Because you're at a point where Orochi 2 will do some serious damage even if he gets surrounded and the surround like doesn't work, or no, I'm sorry, if he gets surrounded and then he was able to attack you even though he is surrounded, which happens, that can be devastating. It's a lot of damage. So in general, you just don't even bother with surround, and you spend turn 1 increasing twice. By kill the Mage, Warrior, 3rd, Outer Hero, and Warrior. So your Mage Warrior is going to help out in this battle by doing attacks as well. Switch up the music. Good one. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. We'll probably got about like 2 hours to go. And then we'll be done. I'd like to sort of finish this up today. And yeah, I mean, that's really it. Let's just watch this battle. Turn 1, I use double increase. It's basically the same as the other fight. So that's the weak breath attack. It only does like 10 damage max, which is awesome. So, yep, now I got double. So I'm going to go for Rukani now, which is sap spell. Same as before. By kill the hero. They're going to start attacking. This is strong breath attack. I need to be mindful of my HP, and I may need to start healing, but let's see what I do now. So I go for another speed up, or the first speed up of this battle. And I got another weak breath attack, which is nice. I'm going to probably start healing. So I healed the hero, because his HP is relatively low. Now he's back up to max. I'm just by-killing with the mage every character, and it should be by-killing... Everybody's by-killed, so they're all just going to chip in and do some extra damage. And now my Sage is in trouble, and my Mage Warrior is kind of low, so I'm going to heal. I'm not going to bother with the Mage. I'm definitely playing this risky right now. She might actually die. Yes, she died. I remember this. Because she died because it was very unlucky I got into double breath attacks. So I'm not really panicking, it's just unfortunate that she died. And the EXP from this fight is quite good for Baramos, but, you know, you should do your best effort to try to keep everybody alive, but if you're trying to go for a PB, you gotta play risky. So, unfortunately, she died, and she'll have to just catch up and hopefully survive Baramos. But, yeah, I mean, the fight is basically the same as the other one. Keep everybody's HP around or above 80, and just dish out damage, and make sure you get your debuff spells off right away. It's a pretty simple fight, but it's a kind of a fun fight to practice. Alright. Let's get through this quickly. So, I need to revive my characters. I go to Eliahan. Let's just say. Stay at inn. This is really important. If you don't do this, you're going to waltz into the Baramos fight and be not at full HP and MP, and you will not be happy to have to use prayer rings. Deposit warrior. Get merchant. You deposit the warrior because, well, he has the least amount of, like, story, or not even story, just, like, stuff in his inventory, and it makes most sense. For your other characters, 2 of which have sleep staves, and the hero you can't deposit anyways, and you need to definitely have your Sage. Alright, so I mismenued here, I went to the wrong area. Basically, you get the merchant, you do this part of the side quest, or the story quest, basically. You need to sail over here. You have a chance of getting into a fight. You get into a fight. I'm gonna say that you should run. Unless it's one group of enemies and you can sleep them. I'm gonna put a question mark here because it's a rare occurrence, but like, example, 6 times Man o' War, 1 to 2. Example, 6, so 3 times Man o' War, like 4 times Marine Slime. You can put both of those to sleep very, very easily. And you can also kill them easily. You can sleep them and use Firebane with Mage, Blast Sword with, I call it Blast Sword, Thunder Sword with Hero, and that should wipe out most enemies. If you get into a fight in this little patch of grass right here, I feel really sorry for you, but you should just run away. It has happened to me twice, and it's awful. It's not pretty. What's up, Nacho? Yeah, Japango's Rest is definitely not. You can definitely waltz into Baramos. Don't worry, Nacho, we haven't talked about Baramos yet, so We're getting actually very close. Alright, so yeah, just say follow sequence exactly. That's all I'm gonna say. You need to exactly follow this. You need to talk, deposit your merchant, go out to your ship, go back in, talk to the merchant, then you talk to town owner, and then you do in and out 3 times, and you'll see the town change. Then you open your hero, who is your second party member's first item, and use that. Just like this. Make it nighttime. And then you come down here, talk to these people. Go in and out one last time, and go get the yellow orb. And then... Did I miss menu? Oh no, I went to Lion. Technically, you're supposed to go to Lamia's right away, but I decided to do this after. It doesn't really matter. The point being is that you're going to eventually get to Lamia, and you either pick up the warrior right away, or you come over to Noaniel's and do this part first. It doesn't matter. It's just basically you can get into a fight during this little stretch here, and you get into a fight with Garudas, or not Garudas, like purple Garudas or whatever, and they can cast Disperse on you. Exactly, man. The merchant being banished. That could happen here as well. And if that were to happen, you'd have to go right back to Elihan to pick up your friend from the friend bank. Alright, here you do some menuing, you put 3 orbs in, then you go into your inventory, you sort your bag, and then you sort by type, and then at the bottom of your inventory should be, on the first page, should be the red orbs, green orb, and blue orb. So you deposit those. This is your time to use the bathroom as soon as you talk to this person. And I'm actually going to do the same. I'll be right back. Okay. So let's talk about this menu real quick. This is a very important menu. Basically what you do is you need, so goal is to have warrior, have sleep staff in item slot 1, Mafuji, I called the Mafuji one because that's what it is in J. Well, it's really Mafuji no Sue, which is stop spell or miss staff. In item slot 2, mage, warrior has sleep staff in item slot 1. And it's very critically important that they are in those exact slots, because you want to be able to execute those items as fast as possible when you're fighting Baramos. So this is your opportunity to do this. And then also have 2 quote-unquote empty, or let's say filler slots at the beginning of Sage's inventory. So let's see what happens. I go here, I I just happened to put the sleep staff in the mage warrior's inventory, so now I'm going to go into the bag where the other two are. I'm going to put the sleep staff in the warrior's first slot. I'm going to put the mage, or the Mafuji wand in the second slot. And now what I'm going to do is, well, I use my outstanding agility seeds, I use a strength seed on the hero, and let's see if I do this. Okay, I opt not to do this. And it's because she had, I think she's got, yeah, 2 prayer rings there. So I'm going to not talk about this. And maybe I don't feel comfortable using Maru-san or Moriso's videos, but they do it. And basically, if your Sage has 2 empty slots, you should put stuff there. And we'll talk about when we get to a later menu why, but you should have 2 things there. If you had poison moth powders, you would put 2 poison moth powders at the top of her inventory, but I'm not going to touch her for now, and maybe we can talk about it later. Anyways, we put those items there, the staves, and then we're off to this part. So we come here, pretty basic, we get a Leaf of the World Tree, we put it into the Sage's inventory because she's first. Come here, we're gonna get the light orb that's gonna stay in her inventory for the rest of the game. Even if you sort items, it won't leave her inventory. I reordered my party there. You can do it in Baramos' castle, and I did not get MLG landing, which is a shame. Now we're at Baramos, everybody's favorite. Alright, so let's do some fight drilling. Also change the music. There's a lot of unknown themes. This is a good one. Level, yep, go back to Baramos' castle. And this is, I think this is important that we need to take a look at every enemy in here. I will say that it's very rare that you get into Baramos fights, or you get into fights in Baramos castle. And that's because there's so, oh, I'm hitting it. Hey, dude. Hello? I don't know what's up with the emulator. I think the turbo function? Yeah, it's different on emulator, unfortunately. Alright, anyways, right here. Let's just get into a fight. I'm gonna get into right before a fight, and then we'll just drill some fights and we'll talk about the enemies that are here. So I just said that it's quite rare to get into fights with enemies, but you certainly can. So now, let's just talk about the enemies. Alright, great. Enemies. So, these evil mages, cast Expel. That's literally all you do. You've got 2 characters that cast Expel. You've got Nifuramu, others defend, and they will be expelled. That's all you do. Simple, right? Simple. Stoneman. Your characters are not strong enough to really fight these guys yet, so in my opinion, you should just put them to sleep. If you've got, well, you should have 2 staff users, sleep staffs, so you use those, so you save MP with the hero, and you just put them to sleep on turn 1, just like the Necrogon strategy, and you try to run away from battle, just like that. There's not too many other enemies in this area. Okay, well, these Skeletors and Hollow Ghosts. In this case, you expel. You've got 2 expel users. Again, you have to think about who's faster and who's more dangerous on the field. So I've got the Sage, right? The Sage is much faster than the Mage Warrior at this point in the game. So if I want to use the faster character, I want to clear out more enemies, right? So I'm going to use the Sage to clear out the Skeletors, and then I'm going to use the hero who's going to clear out the dude on the right. Technically, the dude on the right, the Hollow Ghost, is more dangerous because you can cast Zaki or Zaraki, but it's not often, and part of it is a speedrun, and you just have to get through the battle as quickly as possible. So using the Sage first means that they should go first. And I defended with the other characters, but you could attack with them too instead. And 2 attacks when you're at this point in the game from the hero and the warrior should kill them off. My characters are stronger now because this is levels entering Zoma's castle, but the concept still applies. Hagure. Alright. Hagure. Sadly, do not prioritize. This is like... This could be huge if you got it, but you really... I mean, sadly, do not prioritize. Focus on all others. If cares have nothing to do, attack Hagure. And that's fine. But, like, in this case, I'm going to use 2 expel users on the left, and I'm going to use the other 2 to just attack on the right. And if I get the Hagure, cool, but #1 priority is to take care of the rest of the enemies. Getting a LMS here would be huge, but you're not particularly robust at this point in the game, and you just can't focus on them. Alright, there is one type of other enemy, let's see if I can get it, which is the Frost Dragon. They're very rare, but they do show up here. So you can see that this game is frame-based randomness. Oh, the lions show up here. Lions. Honestly, you should just run away. You're gonna definitely incur some damage, but they're quite rare too. There we go. Frost Dragons. Okay. So, Frost Dragons are susceptible to sleep, and are also susceptible to the Blast Sword, which I have on my Mage Warrior right now, but, yeah. The thing is, they don't have that much HP, so let's see. They're called Snow Dragons. So let's check out what they've got. So Snow Dragons have 110 HP, about the same defense as Orochi. So yeah, I mean they're still scary, but if you use a combination of the Sage using Begirama, the hero who would be the one to use the Blast Sword, the warrior using the Sleep Staff, which he would have at this point in the game, and the Mage Warrior using Begirama, you can kill him in 1 turn. So I would say, I'm just gonna say specifically what each character can do. So if it's one group, well, why do I do this? More than one group of total enemies, put to sleep and run. If one group of Snow Dragons only, you have the Sage, Begirama. I should really just use Firebane. Sage, Firebane. Warrior would Sleep Staff. Hero, Thunder Sword. Mage, Firebane. And that'll kill him. I don't have my setup to be exactly this because my hero doesn't have the Thunder Sword right now. But if you were at this point in the game, that's what you'd do. Oh, I saved here. Nice. Okay, anyways, yeah. That's it for the encounters here. Again, like, I would say probably 80 to 90% of the time you get through Baramos' castle, you will not have to fight a battle at all. So, just keep that in context. For the most part, you won't be fighting battles because it's rare to get battles in here, but you can. I think I take an encounter reset right here. Let's see if I get into a fight. I did not, which is nice. So, again, just follow the video. There's specific spots in which you menu to use Shinobi Feet and Toro Mana. You come over here to get these chests. They have 3 things. First one, Prayer Ring. Prayer Rings are always useful, so we get a free one here. We come up and we get the Majin Axe. So it's Majin no Ono, or Majin Axe, or Genie Axe, it gets translated as. So this is a very nice piece of equipment. Has decent attack. We'll use it for the rest of the game. It has a 1 in 8 chance to miss and a 1 in 8 chance to critical. So, especially against Zoma, it's really nice to have on your mage warrior, because you don't have to bother criticling or using by-kill on her, and you can just roll the chance of getting a critical. It's also helpful on Baramos too. Early on in the fight, your warrior will have it, and if you're not totally set up, you can try to score some hits. But we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so we get that. And then I do a menu here. Basically what you do is you give the Majin axe to the sage, and you overwrite it with the zombie killer, and the zombie killer is in the hero's inventory, so now you give it to the sage, and you overwrite it with the world leaf, and then that puts the world leaf in the hero's inventory. And then the hero goes and collects the misery or misfortune helmet. Rearrange your party for going to fight Baramos. And pretty much from here, we're ready to dive in. Alright, Nacho, I hope you're excited, because this is... this is gonna take a while. Baramos. Alright, so let's just speed this up. Go through this cave, this dungeon, and we get here. Pre-fight, basically, make sure you tore mana here. I know that I didn't get into any fights all the way since taking my last in, so I didn't bother really checking my HP. I was relying upon all my menuing to be correct, so I didn't take any safety measures to make sure my menuing is right, because I just knew that it was correct. And yeah, at this point, it's basically Baramos time. So here we go, the big Baramos. Commonly called the most challenging and interesting fight in the game. Let's just break down his stats. So Baramos, 2500 HP, regens around 100 HP per turn. He has high attack and high defense, and you can't really do any damage to him before you cast decrease or sap on him. And yeah, so he's got 2 cycles. I am actually going to bring up my old notes. Give me a second here. I just want to get the exact notes for the what his cycles are. I have to dig into my archives because I have this somewhere on my Twitch page. Alright. Let this load. Can you see this? I think you can. You can. Okay, cool. So yeah, this page is available on my Twitch page. If you go to my notes, or if you go to the speedrun section and then you go to notes, you can see this. I'm just gonna refer you there. So yeah, Baramos is 2500 HP. He goes either once or twice. It's just random if he goes once or twice, and he's on these 2 specific cycles. So if you see here, cycle 1 is that he will just do explode at attack, then he'll do intense flame, which does like 80 damage to everybody. Ionazun does around like 70 to 80 damage to everybody. And that's the Explodette spell. So it's that, attack, Intense Flame, attack. Marizoma's Blaze Moose, that can do like 110 to 120 to one character. Then Metapani is Confusion spell. And then Ionazun is another instance of Explodette. And then Bashirura, which is Disperse. So all in, this is an extremely nasty set of attacks. It's really, really, really terrible. It's like, one of the main goals, and we'll talk about this in a second, is to get Stop Spell, because you don't want to be putting up with this cycle. All of those attacks are really scary. Your party has no way of mitigating like area all attack damage, so you just really need to get him Stop Spelled. So once he is Stop Spelled, he goes onto a different attack cycle. He'll attack you, he'll do Intense Flame, which is by far the most dangerous. He'll attack you again, and then he'll use Bashirura. So the game is like, I assume this is just a programming oversight or something, but Baramos will cast Bashirura, but he is technically Stop Spelled, so it's part of his cycle, but he'll try to cast it and it will fail 100% of the time. It won't fail if you're here and he's using it as part of the first cycle. I mean, it can fail, but it can also work. It will never work when you're down here, okay? So keep in mind that they're completely two different cycles, and you need to be really trying to get him onto the Stop Spell cycle. Okay. Okay, so what else? What else should we talk about? Yeah, I guess that's kind of it for the basics of like what Baramos is. Let's just get into the strategy. I think you should sort of talk about the fact that he recovers 100 HP per turn is what makes this fight so interesting and unique. If it was like any other fight, it actually wouldn't be that hard. But basically what you have to do in general is like set up your entire party to be max strength and as durable as possible. And then you start plowing away at them. And if you survive the early fight long enough to get a reasonable setup going, then you can start actually surviving and doing damage and keeping up with his damage. So, alright, so let's just go through turn by turn what happens. I mean, really, it's only scripted for like the first 2 turns or so. So turn 1. Turn 1 is pretty basic. All you do is defend, or I'm sorry, you don't even need to. You can just attack. What you're going to do on turn 1 is attack with every character that's not the hero. The hero is going to equip the Misery Helmet. So the Misery Helmet is a good piece of equipment. It curses your hero, but the only effects of the curse is that your luck is set to 0. Which is somewhat unfortunate, but the benefits of having that good piece of defensive equipment far, far outweigh anything luck does for you. I don't know exactly what luck does. I've been told it affects your critical hit rate and maybe your drop rate, but I don't even know about that. I think it's mostly criticals, and I think it's fairly negligible anyways. So you equip that, and equipping it in the battle menu means that you don't listen to the curse jingle, which is nice. Okay, so you equip that real quick, and then you use the Astron spell. So hero uses Ironize, which is Asutulon. So Asutulon, or Ironize spell, will put your party in Ironize status for three turns. An Ironize status just straight up means that your characters will take no damage and deal no damage and have no actions for 3 turns. So it basically just stalls the fight. And this is important because we know about the cycles on this guy. So basically we use Ironize in the beginning because we want to get past the Intense Flame. Intense Flame is by far the worst part. We also want to get past Marizoma, but because Baramos can go 1 to 2 turns, attacks per turn, using Ironized in the beginning means that you're guaranteed to get past Intense Flame. Ideally, you'd either want to land here on attack or here at Metapani. Marizoma hurts, but it's still single character damage, and a heal more after Marizoma just means that you're down like 20 HP or so, which isn't that bad. Metapani, so this is the Confuse spell if you're not, or Chaos spell, I guess. It's definitely dangerous if it lands, but it's still somewhat mitigated. That you can have your allies hit a confused ally and they'll become unconfused. That's actually a 7 and an 8 chance of happening, which sucks. I thought it was 100%, but I found out that it's 7 and 8. Anyways, the point being is that you use Iron Eyes right away to definitely get past the Intense Flame, which is by far the worst skill he's got. And that also what it does is that if you use Maholton and you're able to stop spell him, if he goes to sleep right away, and we'll talk about getting him to sleep, getting past this Intense Flame means that you also get past this Intense Flame, and that you're at this specific point right here in the second cycle if you get past it. So using Iron Eyes, where's attack? Turn 1 is pretty much scripted and guaranteed, like that's what you're gonna do. It's really important to do that, and it means... Sorry, and the other consideration is that your other characters are just straight up attacking, because it doesn't actually matter. If one character uses Iron Eyes, they're going to go first, and all other characters are going to go after, and they're going to be Iron Eyes. So the fastest action you can do is just attack with them. So turn 1, Ionazun, attack, Fire Breath. And it goes pretty quickly, but that was actually 3 turns of battle. So now I just attacked, so in this battle I happen to be at Marizoma, and that's coming next. So turn 2. Turn 2. And maybe we should get into... Why don't we talk about general strategy now? We talked about Iron Eyes on turn 1, which is helpful for giving context as to how the cycles work, but we should talk about general strategy now. So, general strategy... Let's just say like phase 1. Phase 1 is sleep and stop spell. We'll get into who does what in a second, but in general, you're gonna really, really, really want him to be stop spelled, and you really, really want him to be asleep. I would say that stop spell is like slightly more important, because once you land it once, it's there for the rest of the fight. Sleep, however, will wear off between 1 to 3 turns after he goes. And, I guess it'll wear off maximum after 3 turns. So every time he takes an action, he has a chance to wake up from sleep, and he can go between 1 and 2 times per turn. So just keep in mind that stop spell will not wear off, sleep will. So your goal... I mean, really, I should put stop spell first. Your goal is to really, really get stop spell off. Once you land it, it's there forever. You do need to put him to sleep, too. And I'm just gonna say this, like, entire fight, keep him asleep. Okay? So, there are other things that your characters need to do, but it all hinges on him being to sleep. And everybody on your party has an opportunity to put him to sleep. Warrior, first slot, has Sleep Staff. Hero knows the sleep spell. Mage Warrior, third slot, has Sleep Staff. Sage, last slot, has Sleep Spell. So all 4 of them can put him to sleep. And it's roughly, I mean, we've been back and forth on this number a lot, but it's roughly 30% chance of him going to sleep. So, everybody can put him to sleep, and it means that if he's not asleep, generally people should be trying to put him to sleep. Alright, so phase 1, stop spell and sleep. Phase 2, after he is stop spelled and sleeping, which should be around like turn 2 or 3, somewhere around there, you'll move on. Just to make it clear, like, if stop spell doesn't land, you have to keep trying. Your first 2 characters should be the ones to try. So really, hero and warrior stop spell until it works. Then all others use sleep. And all others meaning that everybody can put him to sleep, but those first 2 are going to be the one to use stop spell. If he's sleeping, Sage can use Mahalton spell as well to stop spell. So after you like definitely get stop spell and he's sleeping, then you can move on. Then basically you're gonna start to buff your characters and simultaneously take him down, or execute debuffs. That's what I'm trying to say. So Sage uses Manusa, or Surround. So Surround is probably the smartest thing to do right after he's asleep. So if you remember, his cycle is that he has only 4 moves, one of which is dangerous, and the other 2 are not so dangerous. Attacking definitely is dangerous because his attack power is really high, but if you can surround him, and we'll talk about it in a minute, you can use some increases as well, you can really start to turtle him, and you can survive his attack, which is 50% of his move pool right now. It's really just this we have to be really careful about. So we come here, we use Surround right away. Mage Warrior uses Increase. This is my recommendation ×2. You should spend 2 turns with the Mage Warrior getting Increase off before you start by killing. The reason that the timing works out for this is that it's going to take the Sage a few turns to be able to get around to actually casting Sap. And your Warrior and your Hero still have things to do before you can start attacking. Therefore, spending 2 turns with the Mage Warrior getting Increase up will heavily increase your durability for any spells that don't, any physical attacks from Baramos that actually make it through. Okay? Sage uses Surround. Mage Warrior uses Increase ×2. Warrior continues to use Sleep Staff. So the Warrior has nothing really else to do, and the way that the turn order sort of works is that the Warrior will almost always go after Baramos. So think about it this way. The turn starts, Sage does an action. Usually Baramos will go next. He'll do between 1 and 2 actions. If he's asleep, he'll roll the chance of being awake. And if he wakes up, you can have the Warrior just preemptively use the Sleep Staff on the same turn to be able to try to put him asleep. And that's generally what you try to do. The Warrior will be slow and try to go after his actions and try to put him back to sleep. Hero, in general, I would say that Hero either puts to sleep, either uses sleep, which is the spell, or uses Prayer Ring. Keep MP above 20 in the early part of the fight. The reason this is that we'll talk about this in a second, but if Baramos starts to get close to being awake and being part of the cycle where he's going to use Strong Breath Attack, you should use Iron Eyes again and just take 3 turns of waiting out his cycle. We'll talk about it in a second. Okay. So yeah, that's generally what happens in like turn 3 and 4, that you should focus on getting Sage to use Surround. The Mage Warrior should spend a little bit of time increasing your party. Warrior will just continue Sleep Staff, and the Hero will use Sleep, or the Prayer Ring. Phase 3. We're getting closer to being able to actually deal damage. Phase 3. Baramos. Well, let's see. Sage uses sap. Okay, so this is when Mage Warrior will use buy kill on hero and warrior. So this is setting up your party to actually do damage. Again, all of this is contingent on your characters using sleep often and that Baramos is actually sleeping. If he's not sleeping, you need to basically put all characters on deck to be able to sleep. And that's really important in this phase, because usually phase 2 it happens immediately after phase 1. But phase 3 is sort of like he could wake up and you may have to have some characters prioritizing putting him to sleep. So you always, I'm just gonna keep beating a dead horse, you have to put him to sleep. You have to, especially between phase 2 and phase 3. This is like really, if he's not asleep, he'll start to use breath attacks. And what that means is that your Sage will have to stop being able to use all of these debuffs on him, and it will have to start healing your party. And really, your Sage is the only character that knows heal more and is the only one that really can heal your party. So you have to be really, really careful. If he's sleeping though, you can actually start to set up your characters to deal damage. Your Sage can use sap. Your Mage Warrior can use buy kill. Let me say this. Number 1, let's see. Number 2, keep HP above 100. And then at that point, once your hero and warrior are buy killed, you've got 2 increases on your party. He has stop spell, he has surround, and he has sap on him. This is the point at which you can actually start to do damage. Okay? And this, once you have your whole setup ready, once a character is both buy killed and Baramos has sap landed on him, that character can start attacking him. And let's just say this. So warrior can swap between using sleep staff and attacking. Hero should always attack. Okay. So keep this in mind. Remember that Baramos can recover 100 HP per turn. It's somewhere around 100, sometimes lower, sometimes higher. Therefore, if you start doing some damage, and say you do like 500 damage to him, and then he starts to like really scare you and he does a breath attack and you have to heal. Unless you're in a really, really dire situation, your hero should still keep attacking. Why? Because if Baramos can recover HP every turn, you're basically just going to lose progress. And the hero doing a physical attack after being buy killed and after Baramos being under the effects of sap, he'll do at least 100 damage, and the hero will definitely keep you consistently like at the same HP within the fight. Therefore, it leads credence to the fact that the hero is by far the most important character here, and this is true in the Zoma fight as well, that the hero, is your max damage dealer, but he also will, at the bare minimum, keep this fight in stasis, and that if you make a little bit of progress, and then Baramos starts to scare you, your hero should be the one to keep attacking. Your warrior should be swapping between using the sleep staff and attacking. Yeah, and then phase 4, Sage heals characters. Mage Warrior can buy kill herself. If you wanna place, safety would be to cast increase 2 more times. Past 4 times would probably be overkill. You could do 6 times, but there's probably better stuff to do. But realistically, she's going to be needing to use sleep staffs. So again, sleep staff for attack. Hero attacks. Final phase. Okay. We're gonna watch my PB video, and maybe I'll use emulator. Actually, let's use emulator real quick. I think I've got a save file like right outside Baramos, which is good. Yeah, I'm almost positive I do. Alright, I can't guarantee I'm gonna win this fight because it's always difficult, but let's I'm actually gonna close the Lewis script. This is by far the most complicated fight in the game. The rest of the fights in the game are actually quite simple. Even Zoma himself. Alright, so now we're looking at the enemy HP. Shinobi feet. Land Toramana. Oh, great. That's fantastic. What I usually have mapped to my controller to save state is reset button now. Anyways. You get here, make sure your characters are healed, and yeah. So again, sleep staff, mist staff on the warrior, sleep staff on you. I mean, technically you should have a prayer ring on you. Good enough. Okay. So his HP, I guess, is a little borked. Hold on. He has so much HP that it actually like flows over the regular value. 2 bites. Yep, there it is. So you got 2 bites. A little hard to see. I apologize. Bring that emo up. Let me see. Why don't we do this? This is probably one of the few fights I'll actually use RAM watch in. There we go. Alright, so now we can bring this down. So now you see 2500 HP there. So let's just get through this fight. So let's just follow my notes. And I'm going to use some save stating for this fight just to like show you what can happen. But yeah, we're here. I was actually supposed to swap my party order. Doesn't matter. Heroes first, I'll deal with it. My party is actually quite strong. 219 HP on the warrior is really good. Alright, so we're in the beginning of phase 1. What we're gonna do is Mohoton, Sleep Staff, and Rariho with you. So that's 2 characters using sleep. What do I put this? So hero, warrior, sleep. No, sorry, stop spell. HW, sage, sleep. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm gonna do here. So let's see what happens. Sage goes first. Did not go to sleep. He's executing Marizoma. Only gets 1 attack. That's nice. Did not go to sleep. Did not get stop spelled. Did not get stop spelled. Okay, so now I'm in a point where like phase 2 is still happening. I'm sorry, phase 1 is still happening. Nothing went my way. I'm going to do the same set of actions, except this time I'm going to try to put him to sleep with the warrior instead of stop spell, because I need to spend a turn to heal the sage. I could play it somewhat risky and not heal, but even now, she's in danger, so. Fortunately, she doesn't go first. I don't think the hero got confused. He used Metapani on the hero. Okay, so now he's asleep. Alright, so stop spell failed. We're going to use stop spell again. At this point, I am going to... Okay, so this is important. This is something that's... we have to be at this point in the fight to think about. Baramos is sleeping right now. I could... So when I was talking before about the warrior using sleep preemptively, that's great, but that's because the warrior really doesn't have anything else to do. if Baramos is sleeping, you have to capitalize and use your other characters, namely the Mage Warrior and the Sage, to set your party up. You might think, oh, I should just keep trying to put him to sleep because I'm still vulnerable. The point is, you're vulnerable because you're not set up. So in order to not be vulnerable, you need to set up, and you have to rely upon your warrior trying to put them to sleep, who goes last, and you're going to use your last two characters to actually start to buff your party. So he's asleep. This is my chance to use Sukuruto, which means I'm sort of halfway between phase 1 and phase 2. He's still stop spelled, so I'm going to try to use Mahoton on 3 characters. I use Mahoton, it failed. I use Sukuruto, get some increase. He's asleep, he's still asleep, so that's good. Mahoton, still failed. Mahoton, still failed. I'm going to save state now, just to like keep this fight going, because this is kind of ridiculous, but stop spell should be around 70%, but anyways, he is still sleeping, and this is my point, that he is still sleeping. At this point, because it's been 2 turns, he's more likely to wake up now, so I'm going to switch my warrior to trying to put him to sleep. He's still sleeping, so I'm going to use Sukuruto again, and I still really need to get him to be stop spelled, so I'm going to do that with the Sage. Alright, so he is stop spelled. This is the stop spell message, so let's save state here. He is awake now, so he's awake, and that was a smart strategy. So technically, the hero wasted a turn because he was already stop spelled, but what I did was I swapped my warrior to being the sleep staff. And that means that because I was expecting him to wake up, which he did, I swapped the warrior to use sleep staff. And it didn't work, but it was the right strategy. So now he's still quite dangerous to me, so everybody, all hands on deck, he needs to be put to sleep. Nobody's safe right now, so everyone is going to use the sleep spell. We're just going to try to put him to sleep. Okay. Failed. Failed. He's about to go. He used Bashirura. Failed. Asleep. Okay. Even though the Sage somehow went last, which is ridiculous because she's the fastest character. So now we're at the point where he's asleep. He's stop spelled. I've got 2 increases off, and now it's time to start sort of buffing my party. So you really need to get used to like how many increases you landed and how like what else needs to happen in the fight. And the way I would think about this would be like, your mage has a bunch of stuff to do. So like, I'm actually gonna get rid of turn 2. So like, mage duties, 2 times increase. I kill hero, then warrior. Increase or sleep staff. Well, increase or I kill herself. Really, sleep staff is like top priority. Sage duties. Top duties are sleeping. Sleep. Top duties are heal and sleep. So Sage needs to surround, then she needs to sap, then she needs to I guess at that point you can use speed up if there's nothing else to do. So again, at this point in the battle, he's stop spelled, he's asleep, we've got 2 increases, so what I'm saying is that the mage is this far along and that he can move on to by killing the hero and the warrior. But really, like, the Sage is relatively way far behind. I haven't landed Surround and Sap, and I need to do it basically in this order. So even though I can buy kill my characters, they're still not ready to start attacking yet, okay? So, let me just save state again. So, I'm going to use a prayer ring, because I was saying this before. I need to keep my MP above the 20 threshold, which is going to allow me to use Iron Eyes in case Baramos goes down. I'm sorry, Baramos starts attacking, and he's just about to use Flame Breath. At the point of the cycle I'm in right now, he's got a physical attack that's coming, and then he's got a Fire Breath. So I'm sort of keeping that in the back of my mind. Alright, so I'm going to use Prayer Ring, get some MP back. Warrior is not ready to attack yet, so I'm going to use Sleep Staff preemptively. You are going to buy kill, I guess, the hero. And then you have not landed surround yet, so I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna save state and make sure that this lands, just to keep this fight flowing. So this landed, which is good. He's asleep, he goes again, he's awake. Hero uses the prayer ring. I'll use buy kill on the hero with the mage warrior. Now the warrior is gonna attempt to sleep. Let's just, for simplicity purposes, to get through this fight, I'm gonna save scum this one out. So if this happens and he's not asleep, I'm still really not safe. So I'm going to use Rariho, which is sleep. I'm gonna use these 3 characters, put them to sleep. But at this point, this is the point in which you need to say, okay, I'm relatively set up, but the sage landing surround is sort of worth the risk if surround didn't land. Luckily, surround did land before. So I would say that if all 3 characters are trying to put him to sleep, it may be more worthwhile to have your sage use surround if it didn't land and you're at sort of this area. You've got some increases landed, but you haven't got Rukani landed yet. Or Sap landed. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna grind this out. Try to get him to sleep. And I'll recap where we are at what point in the fight. Alright, so he's asleep now. Thank you, save state scumming. So we're at the point in the fight where he's stop spelled. Right now he's asleep. I've got surround off and I've buy killed one of my characters. I'm going to attack with the hero. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna sleep with the hero, sleep with warrior, buy kill the hero, and then I'm gonna do Rukani, which is Sap. So he's awake right now. Sap lands. It's not guaranteed to land. My 2 characters have Rukani on and buy kill on. So they're both buffed. He's sapped. Basically, when it comes down to it, we're in phase 4. My first 2 characters are buy killed. My entire party is increased. I've landed surround and sap with sage. Really, all we need to do is get into a safe zone where we're ready to start attacking. My HP is maxed out with everybody, but this is the problem. He's awake now, right? So you might think, okay, just start attacking, try to put him to sleep, and go ahead. And that's generally okay, but let's just see what happens. Let's just see if I only use the hero and the warrior to attack. I'm going to use the mage warrior to sleep. And I'm going to use the sage to sleep. Let's just see what happens. He gets a physical attack, and he gets a breath attack. So that's exactly what I was worried about, okay? He had a chance of doing that. And now you can see that my party is in way, way more danger. Luckily, he goes to sleep. So he is asleep. And I'll use this opportunity. Oh, I did not buy kill you, did I? No, I did. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, so now I'm sort of in a pickle. And I need to really start making sure that my characters are taken care of HP-wise. So he's still asleep. Nice Kaishin. And I'll use this opportunity to try to keep him to sleep and get my character's HP back up. So he's awake, and now he's asleep. And basically everyone's fine. I was able to get off the... I don't think you are buy kill, dude. Able to get off the heal spells. This is my chance to use a prayer ring with the sage, because she has 15 MP and each heal costs 5. So I would use this now. Get a little back. Yeah, he was buy killed. He's just a weak warrior. So he's awake now. All my characters are at relatively good HP. Prioritize the mage warrior and the sage, trying to put him to sleep again. He's back to sleep. So this is the point where I'm starting to feel fairly confident. You can see that his HP is going down. I can use a speed up spell. He's still asleep, dealing a lot of damage. I can physically attack now. I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna use another Pure Rimu. He's awake. I'll just say, oh, nice Kaishin. At this point, like, if you've done around 4 to 5 full attacks, of which the hero and warrior were able to land, he's probably down like 1500 HP. And if you're at relatively high HP, you can just sort of play risky. Like, if you want to just secure out the fight and you can survive a flame breath because you know no one's going to die, then you probably should. So I'm going to do that here. I'm just going to attack through. I'm going to go for... I should have healed there, but even though he's awake, I know that he's not going to flame breath me that turn. This turn, he does have a chance to flame breath me. But, yeah, in the back of my mind, I sort of know that he's around 500 HP. So I'm just going to go for hits. He might flame breath me. And that is really, really unfortunate. It could happen. I mean, I have 2 increases on, and he is sapped and surrounded. Surrounded is what I meant. But he goes and takes my warrior out, or my hero out. Anyways, I mean, it happens. From here, your hero should be in the second slot, so ideally that would have been the warrior getting hit, and your hero is the one that's got the leaf. But yeah. Anyways, I should be able to secure this one right here. So yeah, ideally you want to keep all your characters alive because this dude gives you a monstrous amount of EXP, which is 6,550 or 65,536, I believe. So spread among 3 characters is 21k, spread among 4 characters is 16k. Alright, so let's just watch my PB video, because I know this one goes relatively smoothly. So I'm just going to commentate this quickly and get through the fight. If anybody watching has a question or two, certainly feel free, but I think I covered most of what goes on here. I think watching a few examples of how fights go would be helpful. So let's watch this one. This is my PB. Standard start. Use Acetron on turn 1. Alright, here we go. Sleep. No, I'm sorry. Stop spell, sleep, sleep, sleep. So he is not sleeping. Zoma. He's still not sleeping, and he's not stop spelled. So I'm a little scared now. My hero doesn't have Mahol, so he opts to sleep. So he's sleeping. See if stop spell lands. Stop spell lands. So now we're at the point where hero is going to use a prayer ring to get his MP back. I'm gonna land. I'm gonna cast Surround, and it lands. I get increase off. He's awake again. Try to put him to sleep. He goes to sleep. So it's looking fairly good. Hero. So really quickly, the hero does have the option to heal, and in this case, it was the smart choice to have the hero heal the sage to get her above the 100 HP member HP threshold. Okay, so I use heal, get the sage above 90 or above 100, which is smart. I'm still going to use another Sukaruto here, and I'm going to go for Rukani. So this fight's actually turned around really nicely. He's awake again, and he's awake. So everyone, all hands on deck. Everyone's going to try to put him to sleep. Except for the sage is going to opt to use speed up, which is fine. Alright, so I really need to get the mage warrior healed. He's asleep. At this point, the hero can start attacking because the mage warrior can use buy kill on the hero, and I can heal up the mage warrior. So now I gotta buy kill the warrior, but first things first, I really need him to go back to sleep because I'm not safe yet. So everybody spends a turn putting him to sleep. So he went to sleep, so now I'm gonna do physical attacks, buy kill, and use another instance of Sukaruto. So he's awake again. 2 people are going to put him to sleep while the first 2 characters attack. Oh no, so, alright, so this is something... I know that at his point in the cycle that he's just about to use... Was it here? One sec. Yeah, I went back too far. Okay, so I know he's awake now, and I know that a flame breath is coming, and I can't afford to have everybody get hit by a flame breath. So what I do is I went back and defended with my first 3 characters, and then I opt to have the sage. Actually, I opt to have the sage defend too, and it was because I knew that a flame breath was coming. I did this. This will just mitigate my damage pretty heavily. The reason I was able to do this here was because I hadn't started dealing significant damage enough to him yet. So remember that Baramos recovers 100 HP per turn. If I was like halfway through the fight, I would have just sucked it up and tried to put him to sleep. But because I hadn't done enough damage to him, I'm not like losing progress yet. Therefore, losing progress in the fact that he would recover HP if I did damage to him. So I opted to defend because I'm not like losing any progress comparatively, and it'll put me at above 100 HP threshold for 2 out of 3 of my characters. But again, I'm still in a panic because I need to put him to sleep, and he's being kind of nasty right now. He's at the point in the cycle where that next attack would have been Flame Breath, and I would have had to use Astron or Iron Eyes because I would not have been able to survive that one. So that would have been nasty. If you use Iron Eyes, you're just gonna like bypass certain parts of his cycle and basically reset. So basically what I'm saying is that like in my video right now, I know that Intense Flame is coming next. So if I was at the beginning of a turn and that was going to happen, and a lot of my characters were like under 100 HP, what you do is you use Iron Eyes and you bypass it. And because he can go 1 to 2 turns, basically you keep using Iron Eyes until he uses Intense Flame twice. So if you're right here, say he gets 2 attacks per turn, he gets these 2 in, then he does Bashirura, and then he does Attack and Intense Flame, and then now you're at this point of the cycle. That's great, but keep in mind that that was 3 turns, and he just recovered 300 HP because of that. So if you need to do that, you can, but you will lose progress if you're far enough into the fight. Okay? So again, we're at the point in the fight where I'm all set up and ready to start attacking him, but I'm still in danger of HP. However, he does happen to go to sleep on that perfect turn, so he does. If I kill the Mage Warrior, I'm going to just use the Sage. So he's awake again. I'm feeling confident. I haven't done a ton of damage, but I'm feeling confident. I'm just going to start going for the hits because I want to actually start killing this guy. So yeah, it's a little dangerous. I opt to use the Sleep Staff. That was a really nice miss. And he goes to sleep. This is like a really, really nice fight. He could have played a lot worse, especially because I'm playing risky, but I'm going to try to heal my Sage now. And he's awake, but I've done so much damage. That was a miss, which sucks. And yeah, so his next attack is going to be Breath Attack, but I've done enough damage. Oh my god. And yeah, I opt to defend with a Sage because I knew the Breath Attack was coming, but I'm playing it like risky now. I was hoping he wouldn't go again. And those 2 misses cost me a turn or 2, and somebody could have died there. He went back and forth from being really nice to really nasty. So I defended, I think, with the Warrior here. Yes, I did. And that was a good choice. My hero is not doing a lot of damage. And at this point, I'm just sort of like, admittedly a little bit scrambling. So I don't have too much HP, and I have no MP on my Sage. I had to use heal. I did very... Oh, holy shit. I did very tactical defend with the Warrior to make sure that he wouldn't die, and then the hero goes in for the kill and gets it. That is a crazy Baramos fight. That was really close to death. But, yeah. All I can say is that experience and getting used to when to defend and when to use Iron Eyes will make or break the speedrun. Holy shit. Yeah. So, that's a good point. Hero is the only one who has a leaf and the only one who can revive somebody. So if someone were to die, it's okay as long as it's not the hero. And that's why the hero is like top priority to keep alive. That's why it sucks when I was playing emulator that he died, but it is what it is. Okay, I think that covers most of Baramos. Anybody who is just gonna have to like play through the game and keep practicing to get him down. But a 212 Baramos means that you could sub 3. And that's exactly what I wanted to do in this run, so. Alright. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Alright, so now we're about ready to go in the Dark World. You see this cutscene, nothing major. Basically what you do now is you're going to take the post Baramos, give Sage, Sleep, and Miss Stabs. So basically what I do is I manually put the Sleep Staff in the first slot of the Sage's inventory, and I put the Miss Staff in the second slot, and then I give back the prayer rings to her. Which is fine, it's just, I give her one. Really what you want to do is just make sure that she's got those two items in the beginning of her inventory. Okay. Now, admittedly, this is like a DQIII class. If you really wanted a class, I could probably spend like, not even joking, probably like 20 more hours going over individual battles with you. And let me just show you this spreadsheet that I made. But the Dark World is this incredibly complex and crazy that you basically need to be able to identify and reciprocate any one of these fights throughout the Dark World, which seems really crazy and intimidating, and it definitely is. And this is why this game is so good, is that so many other RPGs out there just have such finite and limited amounts of like types of fights. And even though a lot of these, I mean there's quite a few enemies here, but there's so many different formations, and based on the formations you have so many different strategies that you need to execute. And I mean, sometimes the answer is run, sometimes based on your character's stats you should fight. If you need EXP, maybe you should fight, but in every other situation you should run. Basically, I'd be happy to share this. I think I do have this shared somewhere. I think it's in the notes here. But anyways, what this is that this is the type of encounter that you can get, and this is the point in the game that you're at, and then this is what your character should do to start out the fight. And if you're able to understand why they should start out the fight this way, you can generally just like finish the rest of the fight with the same sort of strategy. Okay. Anyways, so this is the Dark World. We're in the Dark World. This is the Dark World. Things get weird in the Dark World. Anyways, it's pretty rare that you get into a fight on the way here, but you certainly can. Come here, nothing major. You get the Stones of Sunlight, warp out, and now we're off to actually, let me throw this into a ball and choose link. If you want to check this out, you're certainly welcome to. Make sure that's shared. I think it is. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I encourage you to check that out, and I'd be happy. I'm gonna walk through some of those fights, but really, well, let's do it. Let's just walk through some of these fights. I think some of them at different points are more important than others, but we can just do some quick analysis and get the general gist of what some of these fights look like. So we're here. So all the fights in this area are pretty much the same. Basically in this area you'll see that you can get into a fight with slime. If you get into a fight with slime, just remember that your hero... Actually, let me actually get to this point in the run, because I want to have the right equipment. Your hero has the blast sword, so if you have any... or thunder sword, so if you have any enemies that are like really just weak, you should probably just use them. Use the blast sword. Let me just get through this quickly. I do want to get to that point in the Dark World, because that is important. Be able to reciprocate these battles. I want to have the right equipment on the right people. It won't take long. Basically right here. The old Gaia's navel. Wonder why that dude has a bed right there. Okay, no Shinobi feet, so let's just go. Fight a battle. Right here. Okay, so slime, yep, same fight. So basically the fastest thing to do is to use your Thunder Sword and clear out quick enemies. So just keep in mind that your hero is going to have this for quite a while, and this is definitely the fastest way to get through a lot of these fights. There's a combination of simple enemies and more complex enemies. And speaking of complex enemies, these goopies are... they've driven me the most crazy throughout the entirety of the game. Like, goopies are by far the most like dynamic set of enemies, because based on how many goopies there are, how many groups of enemies there are, and how many spaces on the screen are available for goopies to summon other allies, every goopy fight will change. So in general, what you need to know is that goopies can summon either goopies or Grand Titans. So if there's enough space on the screen for a Grand Titan to be summoned, it will be summoned. And Grand Titans are really strong and scary enemies. So in general, I do want to talk about goopies, and we'll talk about them a little bit more later too. But in general, if you use a combination of the Thunder Sword and the Begirama spell, you will 100% wipe all goopies. They're also very susceptible to sleep, so you should use that too. So here, I'll try to put them to sleep. Around half of them went to sleep. I use Begirama. There's about 40. They all go. There's no space to summon allies yet, and then the hero goes and 100% wipes them. Okay, it seems simple, but once there's other enemies on the field, you have to be really careful. Here's a good example. So, let's just watch what happens. If I defend with everybody, they summon allies, and then they summon a Grand Titan. So, sorry, I think I said before that they will summon a Grand Titan. They have a chance. They have a chance to summon a Grand Titan or a Goopy. You can get lucky and get a Goopy, or you can get these really nasty enemies on the left. The Daimajin, or Daimajin. They're really nasty. They have like 250 HP, they can crit you, they recover HP every turn. You're not quite prepared to take them out yet. Later you will take them out, but not right now. You know, it's okay, Vincenz. I think up front, a lot of RPG speedruns are really intimidating. And this one, I mean, I'm doing this series because I know a lot of people are intimidated by this game and have no idea how to approach it. And it took me a long time to be able to do it too. So I figured I'd share what knowledge I have, because a lot of Japanese people were nice enough to share their knowledge with me. But it just takes some time and practice, and it's fun. This game has some some drawbacks, but for the most part, it's a very dynamic and great video game to try to get through fast. Okay, what else? So yeah, I mean, in this Goopy fight, I need to really be considering who can go first and who can kill the enemies as quickly as possible. I have this in this chart here, but basically, if there's two Goopies, probably your best bet is to have everybody attack them, and then you have two characters use the Marami spell, which is the Blazemore spell. Blazemore spell will 100% of the time kill a Goopy. In this case, the Goopy outsped my character, so the other one didn't die right away. I tried to put them to sleep, or I tried to attack them too, but it didn't work out. If there's only one Grand Titan like this, it's really not that bad. He's still scary, but you can just try to put him to sleep. And he is susceptible to sleep, for sure. So yeah, in general, you just want to gun down the Goopies. I'd say... I mean, it's tough because, like, you can put them to sleep fairly reliably, but even if one stays awake, like, they both went to sleep, so I use Marami, physical. They've got, like, 60 to 70 HP. That's not a problem, okay? So, yeah. Let's just see what other fights are around here, talk about them quickly. Really, you expel those dudes on the right, so you would do something like you physically attack them. You're going to use the Blast Sword with the hero to get rid of them. you're going to attack them, and then you're going to use Nifarama. So, I'm going to say in general, I'm going to refer you to the notes too, that there's just this like long list of strategy of what the enemy HP is, what the enemy names are, what they're immune to, and generally what you should do on the right. And it's basically laid out for you. I will just say that using this chart to do what I think is the best thing to do at the beginning of the fight is probably smart. And there's a lot of stuff that's in here that's like really counterintuitive, that people would be like, oh, you should just use the blast sword in this fight. But for instance, if you see a slime, healer, and snaily fight, you'd be like, oh, they probably don't have more than, I don't know, 20 HP each. Let me just use the thunder sword. However, 2 out of 3 of those enemies resist Iona or EO spells, which is like bang, boom, explode at. So you should not do it in that fight. You should just run. So what I'm saying is that every fight sort of has its intricacies, and you should be generally aware of each one. So here, get through this fight. Not too bad. Okay. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Watch what happens if I use the blast sword. I think I got put to sleep, maybe? I did, and the one character I was trying to demonstrate something with was the only one sleeping. Great. Fucking Dragon Quest. So yeah, in this situation, there's 3. I would use Blast Sword. In this case, I'm going to use Begurama to try to kill off all 3 of them and try to put them to sleep. So they all went to sleep. This is going to end nicely. It'll guarantee kill the slimes. It might kill the goopies, but then I've got the Begurama coming right after this, which is going to guarantee kill them. Okay? There you go. This one's dead too. Alright, nothing else major here. These enemies are not too dangerous. You're not guaranteed to get a fight down here anyways, but yeah. There's some other points in this video that I'll point out stuff. Let's see if I get into a fight here. I don't think I did. Yeah. The Dark World itself is quite simple, just like getting a few story items, getting a few pieces of equipment. You can absolutely just follow notes in a video to get through it. It's the actual fights themselves that can be the most variance. So here, you do an encounter reset, you come into this. Keep in mind that, I don't know, I think this is like called Warrior Cave or something. There is a backup prayer ring here. Let me just point it out to you quickly. I guess I might as well do it while I'm here. While we've got Ram Watch, we can do this nice, good old freeze address. Oh, oh, it was too low for there, but. Give me a second here. Nothing like save state and run away. 25% chance, game. Come on. Wait a few frames. Save again. Alright, man. That only took 10 tries. So let's... poke it. Give it like 100. Freeze. Alright. Should be that my... Whoops. Come over here. I'm just trying to show off this part of the game, which has prayer ring. So if you ever were in a really dire situation, you needed a prayer ring, you would just come down. Oh no, sorry. You just come here. This is a free prayer ring. It's really not that far out of the way. All you would do is come here, cast Riromito, and then you would enter the cave and do it the same way again. Okay. What's up, Shadow Killer? I'm doing alright. Getting through second of 2 DQIII classes. We're actually almost done. The rest of this won't take too long. So yeah, you get down here. Some of the enemies down here are the bears. You put the bears to sleep. You expel these guys. I guess while I'm here, I probably should just drill out some of the fights to talk about, because this is important stuff. And I'm not going to really write the notes for them on the left there. But let's just talk about some of these fights. Let's come here. Oops. Now this is all messed up. Okay, one. Unfreeze, come here. Alright, let's just do some fights. Okay, bears, you put them to sleep. Pretty simple. Expel the dudes on the left. So your warrior doesn't have sleep staff anymore. Oh no, actually he does, right? He should. I think I have it on the mage warrior, which is incorrect. Yep, he should have it. Anyways, it's not that big of a deal. So expel the dudes on the left. I would run away from this battle, but I would spend one turn trying to expel the dudes on the left and the dudes on the right. So do this, expel you. He gets double attempt. At this point, I would just run away. It's really the dudes on the left that are the most dangerous. Yep, same thing. Oh, great. You're gonna cast defeat on me? Nope. You would just expel those, nothing major. A lot of the fights in here are pretty much the same on the first floor and the second. Run away from this battle, not much you can do about those guys. You would expel the dudes on the left, and then you would run away turn 2. The dudes on the right just have high defense. They can cast what is that? Maho Kanto? Yeah. Maho Kanta. And that's the bounce spell. And so you can't debuff them. You can't cast spells on them. They have high defense. It's just nasty. Yeah. I mean, really, I think the other enemies in here are the bears. Case in point. You would just fight the bears. Everybody physicals. You try to put them to sleep. Pretty basic. That warrior did garbage damage. So when the bear does like the overhead swing physical, that's a chance to get criticaled, which is nasty and bad. Okay. Let's go back to the video. Get through this dungeon. What you do is you pick up equipment that allows you to sell it for like 60,000 gold. There is, and I do want to, I'll just talk about this quickly. There is an alternate route that does not get the King's Sword, and you bypass this dungeon. Very expert high-level strat. I wouldn't even mess around or consider with this until you've been through the regular route many, many times. It's just a completely different beast. The King's Sword is like a very dynamic and powerful piece of equipment that you can forego it and bypass this dungeon completely. But it's a fairly short dungeon, and it's, in my opinion, not even close to being like feasible for a new person to cut out. Maru-san's time, which is the number 2 time in the world, gets the King's Sword. Moriso's time does not get the King's Sword. It's a relatively new strat, but in my opinion, you should definitely get it. Anyways, let's go through here. I'll probably just run from this fight. It's a slow fight, unfortunately. Yeah. As you walk towards Mercado, there's other enemies here. The guide will tell you to put these guys to sleep. You can cast Hyaruko on them if you'd like. But I think I just went for physicals. Probably at this point, I went for Hyaruko, exactly. Because I spread out my physicals, because my party is a bunch of idiots, and they decide to attack all different character or enemies. So, do that. They are susceptible to sleep. I use Hyaruko, and it's 2 turns. Those guys give really good experience. So, let me let this play. Switch up music. Why don't we get some Dragon Quest 7 up in this B? How about that? I want... World is strong. How about, what is this? This is a good one. Okay, anyways, what we did in that town, we picked up the Orichalcum, which we're going to use to sell the, or get the King's Sword. heal your party. Basically, you're gonna walk over. Alright, ocean encounters are relatively harmless. Basically, what you do is you sail all the way up, come here, reset your encounter rate, refresh Shinobi feet right about now, and then come back down. A little loud. Okay. So yeah, I mean, there are ocean encounters here. They're all relatively harmless. I will just say that the Krakens, you should be very careful about how you fight them. Krakens give garbage EXP, have 450 HP, and are highly susceptible to sleep, but then also can critical you. They go up to 3 times per turn. So, I think I run from this. Oh, I got a preemptive, which is very nice. Oh god, this OST's these videos are not good for the OST, unfortunately. Oh, we got some hold on. Some extended music, very nice. Do this. 3DS version. This is a good song too. I love this OST. 7 is one of my faves. Okay. Turn this down too. Alright, so yeah, you come to Cole, or Myra. It's called Myra in Japanese. You sell the 2 pieces of equipment you got in that cave you were just in. You sell the Orichalcum, and then you sell the Dragon Killer, which you don't need for the Sage anymore. Warp out of here. Wow, it's really dark outside today. It's a good day to stay inside and give a Dragon Quest III class. Alright, anyways, you come back here, you buy a Sage's Staff for the Sage, which gives you a free cast of Heal More anytime you want, which will absolutely be invaluable. You buy a Water Flying Clothes for her, which is great. Great piece of equipment, reduces some fire, ice damage. And then we buy another Sword Edge armor for the Mage Warrior. So we didn't talk about this before, and it'll be very evident during the Zoma fight, but the Sword Edge armor allows reflect damage. You reflect a quarter of the physical damage that you take. No, I'm sorry, half. Excuse me, half. And that can add up very, very quickly on the Zoma fight. Okay. All the way to Cole. I'm just gonna say beware of Krakens. Cole. Buy new equips. Do not forget to get that. I have forgotten that once, and I will never forget it again. Come here, 35,000. Yeah, it's pretty surprising they didn't put the orchestrated OST on the English version. That's a very weird choice. Alright, anyways, yeah, you get your new equipment, you get the King's Sword for the hero. So I do want to point out that at this point, hero has King's Sword and Mage Warrior gets the Thunder Sword. So this is important because you just spent the first half of the Dark World parading around as the hero who has the Thunder Sword to be able to clear out groups of enemies. Now the hero has the King's Sword, which is the it gives you a free cast of Arrow Cross or Infirmost or Baggy Colossu. So all of those are, I mean, it's just the Infirmost spell, and it's a very good spell. A lot of enemies in the Dark World do not resist wind spells, and wind spells are sort of like a rare spell in this game anyways. So it's a free cast of that spell. It does some somewhat random damage, it does between like 80 and like 140, but it's still a lot of damage. So between your hero having now the Arrow Cross spell and your Mage Warrior having the Boom spell, free of cost, you can clear out a lot of enemies very quickly. So just keep in mind that now your inventory is swapped around after Cole, and you need to make sure that if you want to use the Blast Sword or the Thunder Sword, now it's your Mage Warrior. Okay, I'm not going to cover too much details about Rubus's tower. There's a few enemies in here that you can certainly just look on the chart. I will say that you rarely get into fights down here. It's actually very unlikely to get into a fight in the first floor here. This is a battle that is not worth your time at all. These guys can revive each other. They cast Murami, and they can steal your MP. And they give bad EXP, so it's not even worth fighting. And they're not particularly dangerous either. So get through here, use Shinobi feet, use Toro Mana. Toro Mana is, what's the... Safeguard? I forget what they call it. Protects you from the floors. So yeah, you come through here, nothing really interesting. Just learn the tiles, you have to press a certain direction. This is the Hikari no Yoroi, which is the light armor. It's like the best piece of equipment that you'll get in this speedrun. Yeah, step guard, there you go. Thank you. It's only for the hero, and it drastically decreases spell damage and breath attacks. It's really, really strong piece of equipment. Alright, so you get through here. If you get into this fight, I mean, you can just look on the notes. Rubus Tower, oh, I don't even have it on here because it's so basic. Basically, Magi Chimeras only cast either... I don't even know if I have them on here. Chimera. They only cast either Chaos or Metapani or Chaos, or they cast Mahokanta, which is this spell, Bounce. So you just run from this fight, nothing really interesting. Get through this cave, you can just follow the route, it's not really too much interesting. You have a chance of fighting metals up here. I get into this fight again, run away. Come here, this is your chance to give the hero the armor, and then you use the flute, revive Rubus. We're going to make our way through the Dark World. So you come over here, might get into an ocean encounter. Tentacles, I think I just run away from this. So this is not the Kraken battle. This is a much weaker version of them, and you just run away from them. I mean, they can do like 20 damage to you or whatever. I'm sort of bypassing a lot of like the monster strategies of the Dark World, and it is by far the most dynamic piece, but really it just requires you to like... So this is, just to give you context, like this is what I would do when I was practicing this game. I would just be like, alright, you know, I'm at Zoma's castle, so I'm pretty much like right at the end of the game. I'd be like, okay, let me sit outside of coal. Oh, let me cure my party first. Oops. So it's unlikely I'll get into a fight at a coal. But I still want to be prepared if that case were to happen. So what do? I get my gunner down to like here. What is this fight? Do I know what to do? Yes. Everybody attacks the Skullgon. Use Murami on the Goopy so he doesn't summon any allies. Turn 2, everybody attacks. One turn. Boom! Next type. What do I do here? Same strategy, except you use Expel on the Ghoul. Doesn't work, try again next turn. Works. Boom, boom, boom. Done. And I would just do this over and over. This one, easy. Defend, expel, defend, expel. And like, this is just what you have to do if you want to get used to playing this game. Oh, sorry. You just have to like be ready to see a fight, analyze what to do, understand your party, who's got what equipment, and what you're going to do every time. I mean, there's some different strategies. I can choose to physically attack with the hero and use buy kill, or I can come here and use the King Sword. But you definitely want to try to put them to sleep because they're fairly susceptible to sleep. King Sword has a chance to fail on them, but yeah. Come here, do this. Did a lot of spread damage. This fight should be over right now. Yep, and that's what you do. Like, I know it takes a little bit of time to get used to what you should do, but it just requires like a curious mind and being able to like say, okay, what do I do? If things go wrong, like how do I approach the situation? Right? So ghoul, like, so for instance, exactly. So I got preemptive by a ghoul. This isn't a particularly dangerous fight, but it could be. And I would just say it takes you exploring like all possible things to be able to say, all right, you know, I got preemptive by, I want to get the Satan poppies. Hold on. That's a nasty fight. I'm done with you, Hork. Hork! Get out of here. Ghoul. Oh my god. They're relentless. Alright, so those dudes on the left are the most dangerous here. In this case, like, there's not too much great strategy. I would just hone them down. They have a chance of using... they can go twice and they can cast Zoma or Blaze Most on you. They don't have a lot of HP though. The dudes on the right are not particularly dangerous. They have a decent amount of HP, but... yeah, 2 turns, that's pretty good. Okay, cool. Anyways, that's my point, is that I'm not spending a lot of time talking about each one of these fights, but if you follow a combination of this guide that I gave you, which is generally how to approach most fights in the Dark World and what to do with your first character, you can see that sometimes even I gave up. There's some fights that are just, like, awful. 3 times Dragon, 1 time Parabird is a fight that, like, nobody wins. Nobody wins. Oh, thank you for the host countdown. But yeah, you can follow a combination of this, and then you can take a look at the charts here. And look at these enemies and just be like, okay, what does this tell me to do? Generally, Stoneman, that's not the right... it's not the right portrait. It's just a gray Stoneman. You should put them to sleep. You can flee if you're not dangerous. Salamander, Baggy Kurosu, or Hyadaruko, so... yeah, anyways, let's keep going. So I'm at the point where I'm almost at Zoma's castle. I'm sailing. I get over to here. Rubus' servant, she's going to give me the rain staff. Take the rain staff. Shinobi feet, come this way. Get the sunstone. Or use the sunstone and the rain staff, get the rainbow drop. Come up this way. Alright, 3 times Kraken. Let's talk about this. This is the only fight that I think warrants a sea battle worth discussion. Or warrants discussion for a sea battle. Krakens give 450, or they have 450 HP, and they give garbage EXP. Let's just check this out real quick. I think it's Karagon. Yeah. Google Translate. Couldn't take care of Kraken. They give 2090 EXP, which sounds pretty good, but I mean, one compared to a Hagure, it's 1/20th of it. And here, I mean, like, compared to every other enemy in this area, you can just see, like, all of the other EXP values. Giving straight up 2000 EXP for an enemy that's 450 HP, can attack 3 times per turn, has high attack power, and can critical you, is absurd. It's, like, horrible, horrible EXP ratio. So don't even bother. What you do is you put them to sleep, you use one... So... here's the way it works. Warrior uses Sleep Staff. Defend, you use this character, the Mage Warrior, to Sukuruto, cast Increase, and then your Sage will also use the Sleep Staff. So you have 2 chances to put them to sleep. This is very similar to the Necrogon strategy, but in this case you increase your party once, because these guys can go up to 3 times per turn. Luckily I got away without them going once, which is very fast and efficient, so that's cool. Alright. Once you land on this patch, and I believe I get a Hagure in my PB, which is probably part of the reason that I got a sub 3, honestly. I think like right around here. So this walk all the way through this forest right here, you have a chance of fighting a metal slime. And I do. So I'm at the point where I'm just like, screw it. I'm gonna go for the metal, but I definitely need to take care of the Goopy, so I take care of the Goopy. He sticks around, and he does reflect damage of 3 because he hit the warrior, so he's as good as toast. I get him. 1 turn, 1 Hoggerle. Hog. Now, I mean, I certainly could have still sub-3'd without it, and honestly, even though Hoggerle is great, you definitely spend a lot of time fighting that battle and leveling up, so there's definitely a point in which fighting too many Hoggeres will start to cost you time, versus sort of playing risky and getting lucky. Yeah, I mean, at this point you can definitely survive these fights. That's a critical hit animation that could be nasty, and the warrior missed, that's great. But yeah, I mean, like, you just try to put one group to sleep and everybody attacks the other. Now the right one's asleep, so we should be safe. I will just say this, while you get through this area and you're on your way to the Dark World, you really do want to use your Sage to keep... Why don't we just do this? So 2 Zoma's castle. Honestly, I'm just going to say, like, learn the fights. Like, it's up to you as the runner to go through and, like, drill a lot of these fights, but overarching concept is that you want to monitor MP levels. Use Sage Staff to get free heal more spells. Use Prayer Rings in battle if she has nothing else to do. So like right now in my PB here, her MP is 66, so she doesn't really need to use the Prayer Ring, but she needs to start healing the rest of my party. You should definitely be safe about your HP, but something else to consider is that if you can get by without healing outside of battle, and you can wait until you're inside battle, you'll get free MP usage. There is definitely a point in which you just need to say, you know what, I need to heal my party, and suck it up and heal your party, and blow the MP. This is the highest encounter rate in the game. I do want to bring this up quick. I think I say this most of the time, but I never had a chance to just break out the emulator and show you. Okay. Close RAM watch. Let's open the Lua console. So check this out. So, encounter rate isn't too higher. I think I'm still under Shinobi feet. Check this out, ready? So it's like 192 in this area, which means I can get by with quite a few steps. It's not too bad. But look at this. 460. Single-handedly the highest encounter rate in the game. That swamp right there. Oh god. I'm also just going to say, in general, that dragons are the worst enemies ever. They're really slow, take forever. This is a fight that, man, I don't even know what I would do. I would probably just, like, put them to sleep, get the dragon out of here, because they're slow as shit. The problem is that I'm going to run from this battle anyways. Actually, yeah, I am going to run from this battle. The problem being is that the voodoo man can revive enemies, they can summon allies, and they can steal your MP. And the EXP isn't that great. Dragons do give really good EXP, though. I'll just say this, if you ever have any questions about, like, what to do in this particular specific fight, just PM me about it. Probably help you through it. This is a rough fight, too. So the trolls can cast... Nice, the police are back. They're everywhere this week. Jesus. Yeah, the trolls can cast Disperse and send one of your party members all the way back to Eliahan, so I would prioritize getting them to sleep. They're fairly susceptible to sleep. The problem is that the dudes on the right are really slow. Trolls also recover MP, which kind of sucks. Or, I'm sorry, HP. He's awake. Alright, cool. Anyways, that's it. Yep. Let's go back. Oh, this fight. This sucks. So what I do is I use Sword of Kings, deal spread all damage, and I also use speed up with the Sage, and what that does is means on turn 2, hopefully I can outspeed all of them and end the battle before they take their long-ass animations. They're almost dead. I'm going to use this opportunity to heal somebody, heal the hero, and the speed up worked, which is very nice. Oh, these fuckers. Solo one of these isn't so bad, but even still, they can cast Explode at and do a lot of damage. So I try to stop spell them. Stop spell does not work often on them. And he was nice enough to use a Cold Breath instead of Explode at. What's up, Nox? Yeah, I guess so. We're actually almost done. This is almost a 4-hour session as well. Luckily, it's like a crappy day outside, so... nice day to do this. Okay. I do have to show this off. Very quickly. Because it's something I've been working on, I'm developing, but I'm doing a test run of this right now. I'm gonna add a lot more of these, but just bear with me for a second. Oh god, what are you doing? Stop. Alright. Valuable information? I hope so. I wasn't expecting to get a lot of viewers throughout this whole thing, which is totally fine, but sort of as an ode to me to be able to just say, hey, this is the knowledge that people were nice enough to give to me, so maybe I'll give back some knowledge too. Sorry, I've got the wrong thing up. Alright, I want to test this out. This is something I'm working on. Let's see if this works. Yeah, dude. There we go. See this? So if you do at least 5, that didn't work. Well, it did work, but it didn't give me a success panel. But if you do at least tier 5, I'm gonna be developing that later. But that was pretty good. You get a special sound effect if it goes correct. Not guaranteed to work, but I do want to set the... I need to work on it and get the rate... Oh, there we go. There we go. Alright, Nox. Thank you for being this success story. But yeah, at least 5 each year. I'm going to add a whole bunch of those. Anyways, it's a huge divergence and has nothing to do with Dragon Quest III, so let's go back. Okay, so we're in the we're in Zoma's castle. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? So we're in Zoma's castle. Again, like, you just gotta get used to these fights. A lot of variance in these fights. I think... Yeah, let's talk about some of these fights. I think they're important enough before we get into... There's really not that much left in the game, and these are important enough that we should probably just talk about them quickly. So let's get close to a fight. The counter rate in all of Zoma's castle is quite slow, honestly, or quite low. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so let's just go through some of these enemies. Dragons. Dragons are, they have the slowest animations, and then generally you want to wipe them out. However, Balrogs here are by far the worst, so I'm just going to make very brief notes. Enemies, Balrogs. Top priority, okay? They can will cast Defeat and destroy your existence. Okay? They'll just, like, completely wipe you out. I think we need some somewhat more sinister music. Because we're in the heart of it. How about some battle music? There we go. Yo, thank you for the host. I think that's Darko. Anyways, appreciated. Sorry, I had the wrong scene up. So yeah, we're in Emu now. Balrog, they can cast Defeat on you. Otherwise, they have very low HP and they're easy to kill. But they are fast and they can cast Defeat on you and just destroy your party. They are by far top priority. Everyone attack. Sage uses Mafuji wand. Okay. You do this. Well, she doesn't have it. Oh no, she should. Hold on. Yeah, Mafuji wand. So you try to stop spell them. It's around 70% chance of success. And everybody attacks. They've got around 90 HP, so 2 attacks should do it. He tried to use Orochi, but it fails because he stop spelled. And then he's dead. Okay. Dragons. So dragons, long animations, resist fire, ice sometimes, ice, and so like let's say snowstorm and arrow cross, best options for groups. Otherwise, singular attacks. The middle guys, I think they're called manticores, almost always will go to sleep. They're really not dangerous. If you see a 3x manticore fight, you should be very happy because they will almost always go to sleep. They can cast Zoma on you, which is nasty, but dragons are by far the priority here. They don't have much HP either. All the fights in Zoma's castle give a lot. Great EXP. Alright, this is a fight that if you're on a PB attempt and you see this, you start panicking. So the left one is not not stop spelled, the right one attacked. Left one uses Zaraki. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, cool. That's the animation that you can get Zaraki, but luckily he didn't. That was a good fight. They're not hard to take down, but they are really dangerous. Just always prioritize them. You can use the Sage to sleep the right one if you wanted to, but really you should probably just cast Stop Spell on them. Okay, the Trolls, or Troll King, they regen HP, they cast Disperse, Washirura, and will send the allies back to the lot hand. They're really bad. But they are highly susceptible to sleep. Okay? So basically what I would do in this situation is attack the left one because he's not going to sleep and try to put the troll to sleep so he's asleep and everybody attacks. It's pretty simple. Okay? Nice Kaishin. Nice Kaishin. So, other enemies in here, there's not too much. We definitely can get into the... Let me see if I can find the mages. Okay, so archmages are probably the hardest hardest enemies to deal with. I kind of forgot that you can get into liquid metal slime fights here. So archmages cast Explodette. Weak breath. Or weak, yeah, I guess it's weak breath. It's basically weak ice wind. 10 damage. Will revive dead allies. Very high defense. Low susceptibility to stop spell, but they can be stop spelled. To stop spell. Don't try to sleep. It's not even worth it. They have a low HP though, so that's their one mage drawback, is that they've got like 90 HP, but their defense is really high. So generally try to stop spell, otherwise focus physicals, and use arrow cross. So your best option, like in this fight, would be one, sadly, to ignore the Hogurays on the right and take care of these guys. That you would try to stop spell them. The right one got stop spelled, which is nice. So he uses Ionozune. Explodette does a lot of damage. The right one can't hit me with a spell. And now I use Arrow Cross. Does a lot of damage, kills the left one, kills the right one. That's perfect. We do this. Hogger runs away, but it was basically a one-turn fight, so. Anyways, done here. That's mostly the enemies I want to talk about right now. Maybe we'll get through another section. At the bottom of the area, there's a few more dangerous enemies, but yeah, again, it just has to do with you learning the fights, going through the spreadsheet and the notes, seeing what's up. Doing a lot of practice. So you see here, everybody focused the Balrogs. I used a Fuji wand. I opted to attack with the Sage instead of heal, because what I wanted to do was have the Sage attack the Balrog, who I already knew took like 60 damage, and I knew that the Sage doing 40 damage would kill the Balrog. Therefore, my stronger attacks would then go to the right Dragon and try to kill him in one turn. See if it works. It did. So that's the kind of strategy that this game offers, which is honestly better than most other RPGs I've seen out there for speedruns. Which is cool. Alright, so you have to fight 3 of these guys in a row. 3 Grand Titans. So it's basically Warrior, Sleep, Hero, Attack, Mage, Warrior, Buy, Kill the Hero, Sage, Sleep, then sorry, you attack. Sage puts them to sleep, and then you heal. So yeah, you spend the first 2 turns with the Sage and the Warrior, or the first turn with 2 characters trying to put them to sleep. And then you buy kill the hero, and then you spend the rest of the time just healing with the, then heal, or put them to sleep again. These guys are very susceptible to sleep. It is very important to get them to sleep, though, because they can go up to 2 times and they have a chance of criticalling you. If a non-warrior hero, I'm sorry, a non-warrior ally gets criticaled against these guys, they're probably going to die. You have to do this 3 times, which is kind of a strange design, in my opinion, but I guess the game wanted you to fight 6 titans. So you do this, get through this. It's really not super interesting. You just buy kill the hero, then everybody attacks, or they heal. Okay. Zoma's castle is quite short and really doesn't have much to it. Here, this looks crazy, but really what you do is you get to this. Oh, that was a mistake. So you get to this spot right here, and you hit right, and then you go up twice, and you go up twice after, and then you hit right, and then from here, you just hold the up direction, and you'll just get through all of this. It looks crazy, but it's quite free. Okay. Shinobi feet right about now. Yep. We're almost done, everybody. We're almost done. So these fights are really scary. I'm just gonna emphasize like max HP. Alright, so let's talk about salamanders real quick. Strong breath attack. They have the same as Baramos's. It's very strong. Can be put to sleep, 200 HP, low defense. So they have a fair amount of defense, or I'm sorry, it's a fair amount of HP, but their defense kind of sucks. Use Arrow Cross if there are 3. So yeah, I mean, use a combination of spread all attacks if there's more than one of them, otherwise you just try to put them to sleep, and you will kill them in one turn with 3 characters that don't miss. Or 2 characters and reflect damage. They give tons of EXP, so they're really nice. But they are also really dangerous, so. Get to this. Sadly, we watch Ortega die while you stand by. And this requires a ton of practice. Again, like, keep your HP high. Keep your HP really high with this fight. Zombie dragons, I think they're called swordoids, are down here. Spell, it's literally all you do. There is one fight. There's one fight, and I actually have a highlight of this fight. That is really dangerous. But yeah, you come down here, you're almost at the end. You encounter the speed police. Jesus. You get a world leaf, you get another prayer ring, and you get the Sage's Stone. Alright, I'm not going to drill through the rest of these fights for the most part, but there is specifically one that I do want to walk through because it's like... You get this, it's probably the worst fight in the game. And there it is! First try. This is the worst fight. It is awful. It is awful, awful, awful. The two dudes on the right can cast Explode exclusively on you turn 1, which is like 150 damage to everybody. And then the Grand Titan can easily polish off a character. So there's a bunch of different strategies as to like what the best option is, but I'm just gonna say that I think it's in your best interest to do this. You should defend with your Mage Warrior and your Warrior, and you just straight up have the hero kill them twice by using only Baggy Kurosu or Arrow Cross. The reason being is that if you were to kill one but not the other Archmage, the surviving Archmage would do nothing but revive the other one to max HP, and you get into this really awful infinite loop while the stone or the Grand Titan on the left can start actually dealing nasty damage to you if he's not asleep. So I think your best option is to, again, defend with two characters so that you mitigate damage and you don't accidentally try to kill one out of two Archmages. You want to kill them together, and then you use the Sage to try to put the left guy to sleep. That's what I would do. So he's not sleeping, unfortunately, but luckily one of these Arches did not use Explodette, which is great. Yeah, I mean, they took 40 and 33 damage and they're defending. So you use this. Oh, that was nasty. So that Arrow Cross did so much damage it actually just straight up killed. So what I would do in this situation is that I would use the Warrior to sleep and I would just do my best to have the Sage outspeed. 18 damage. Not enough. Man, that's fucked. That's how badly this fight can go. That is really fucked. So I'm going to try to attack him, but he's probably just going to... And this is the infinite loop that I was talking about. Yep, Sororiku. Here we go. And you could just be like this forever until one of them gets stop spelled or something happens, but yeah. Alright, so he got stop spelled, which means that that's the end of the loop. But that doesn't always happen. And I just got a crit for 200 damage. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the worst fight. Try this fight one more time. I also wasn't at full HP for this fight. Put him to sleep, failed. Now I've got double Ionazun coming. 2 attacks from you. Oh, he was nice enough to physical. Alright, so that's what's supposed to happen. Basically, they don't get an attack off. He's defending, so... I mean, Warrior's still in trouble, so I'm actually going to heal him. The left guy is not asleep. Alright, so another Ionazun. Thankfully, not 2 Ionazuns. Alright, so this will absolutely kill them. But now I'm sort of in a pickle. I heal. I can still easily die with somebody. So I barely get through that fight. That's just a really tough fight. All I'm trying to tell you is that watch out for the Archmages, because if they start reviving each other, you get into that nasty loop that happens. Oh, okay. We are here. We are here. The altar. Final boss rush. In general, the first 3 fights are actually quite simple. All I'm going to tell you is that very, very specifically follow the route notes for what to do here. What you do is you give, well, one, you have to max out your MP on everybody. 1 prayer ring goes down. B, also, be be really, really careful, okay? So, look here. You see the second slot of the non-equipment inventory? That's the world leaf. If you accidentally use that outside of battle, you will lose it. It'll just burn it. It is a horrible, horrible, horrible thing that can happen. Do not accidentally use a leaf outside of battle. You can accidentally use it inside battle, but if you use it accidentally outside of battle, you will lose your leaf, and your chances of beating Zoma decreased tenfold. Okay. So here we go. Using prayer rings, I had to give another prayer ring to the sage. Another one broke. I'm starting to panic a little bit because 2 just went down. Now I need to give the sage's stone to the sage, put it at the top of her inventory, and now the warrior also has the sage's staff. So just be very clear. King Hydra. Sage has sage's stone. Sage's stone man. Nice. Thanks. Warrior has sage's... Why don't I do this? Sage's stone. So you got the stone. Sage's staff. Big difference. And this is only true in this fight. So King Hydra. King Hydra, honestly, is not... I don't need to really do intense analysis. But, I mean, I guess we can talk about his stats. King Hydra, 1600 HP, not a lot of HP. Has a fair amount of attack, 280 attack is pretty good. His defense isn't too high, but you will try to Rukani on him. Generally, this guy is... I mean, he's definitely the easiest of the 4 final bosses. But if he double physicals any character, they're probably going to die too. So, basically, you want to set your party up in that you keep everybody's HP alive by using the sage to use the sage's stone. The reason I'm emphasizing that so much is that later, the next 3 fights, pretty much the warrior does nothing except spam Sage's Stone. But this first fight, the Sage is the one who uses Sage's Stone. So turn 1, there's honestly a bunch of strategies, but I'll just tell you what I do. Turn 1, Mage Warrior. By kills the hero. Warrior, hero. Sleep. You can put this guy to sleep. Sage. Cast Sap. I will say for the altar, no party order needs to be Mage Warrior, and there's like Warrior, Hero. See, there's no debating this. This is the optimal strategy. We can talk about it once we get to Zoma, but it's really true on all of these fights. It has to do with whose survivability is the highest and who can tank the most hits, and who's doing what and who's going to be defending. Like, this party order is by far the best. Yeah. Party order and specific items. Follow. I'm just going to tell you to follow the notes, because it's pretty basic, but really, really make sure that people have the right items. Alright, Sage cast Sap. So this is sort of how this goes down. Turn 1, you... Okay, so I admittedly played it safe here. Mage Warrior, cast Subaruto, or Mage Warrior, cast by kill. So the reason I played it safe was because Warrior's max HP was under 300, and I was worried that being in the second slot, he was actually at risk of getting hit by a double physical, and if that happens, he would die. So instead of doing by kill in the first turn, I opted to do Sukaruto, which is an increase spell. I should just say increase. Okay, so that's what I do, and then I spend 2 next actions trying to sleep them. And the reason that you go for sleep is that, like, you're not going to be by-killed fully with your party until at least turn 2, so you can spend the first turn trying to get him to go to sleep. If he goes to sleep, this fight goes way quicker, even if it's like 1 or 2 actions less from him. Alright, so he went to sleep here, which is nice. Now I use buy kill on the hero, and Sap landed with this Sage, so I'm going to start using... Oh no, Sap did not land, but I prioritize healing. Sap didn't land twice, which sucks. But yeah, basically you just sap him, keep your HP high with the Sage using Sage's Stone. You have to swap between the two with her, and yeah, you should be able to keep up with him. My warrior's HP is a little suspicious now, so I may either defend with him or heal. No, I just power through. Fine. I have an increased spell down, so it's pretty unlikely he would die. Yeah, even there. Okay. It's nice to land or end this battle with max HP on everybody, so you don't have to heal. But yeah. So let's just finish up these notes. Then attack with hero warrior, mage warrior, buy kills, warrior, then attacks, sage heals, make sure sap landed. That's really it. Pretty simple. After KH. So after King Hydra, sort items, swap Sage's Stone to Warrior, Sage's Staff to Sage. This is so important. Don't fuck this up. I lost a sub 3 run because I fucked this up. Don't do it. I'm just telling you, don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't be that guy. Okay? Got it? We're on the same page. Alright, good. Baramos bonus. So you need to heal your party. Well, I guess heal all. Heal all after every fight. Definitely. Then you want to swap. Make sure your Sage has the staff and your warrior has the Siege Stone. Okay. Okay. Bomus. Bomus is a really nasty guy. There's a decent chance that Bomus is going to be your final boss and will end you. Bomus starts out with the same strategy that... well, I guess let's talk about Bomus quickly. So Bomus has not a lot of HP. Only one... Baramos Broth. He has 1,100 HP. He has 300 defense, which is huge. But luckily, he can be sapped. And yeah, he's just a really nasty boss. I actually don't even know. I think he recovers MP every turn, or HP every turn. I'm not sure. Anyways, basically, he doesn't have a lot of HP, but he can get up to 3 attacks per turn, and he can do a combination of any 3 attacks. It can be, well, I shouldn't say that. He can either do physical attack, flame breath, or explode at. He can't do the same action 3 times in a row, but he can do like 2 times flame breath, 1 times explode at. And he can just keep doing that every turn. And if he does that, you get into really, really sketchy situations. So in general, you buff your hero, you buff your mage warrior with buy kill. You absolutely have to have the Sage land sap, and if you don't land it turn 1, you're really in trouble. And the warrior does nothing but heal the entire time. So let's just see how this goes. So buy kill the hero, sap lands, which is really, really nice. It's a big breath of relief. It should always land, but it doesn't always. So he got 2 Ionazun and... Oh no, that was breath attack and 2 explode at. So you can just see, like, already in 1 turn, I'm already scared. So I use the Sage to heal the warrior. Mage warrior defends, the hero is attacking. Again, like, even though you might be in this, like, a dangerous spot, your hero is quite durable because he has the, like, the light armor on, and it drastically decreases both spell damage and breath attack. And, I'll just say this, like, in general, for most bosses in this game, offense is your best defense. That's such a cliche term, but, like, finishing this fight will save you turns in battle, which will save you time, and will also be less risky than trying to, like, tank out this guy, because you really can't. You just have to kill him as quickly as you can. Luckily, on turn 2, he only did 2 actions. He does physical here, which is still scary. I mean, I almost lost my mage warrior there. It's actually pretty lucky I didn't. So I'm definitely defending with her now. I'm going to probably heal her. Yep. Hero goes in for attack. That was a really low damage roll, but he's almost dead. And now I know he's almost dead. And that was a pretty nice 4th turn. Let's see what he does. Yikes. This guy's going ham today. He could have done a breath attack there. And he goes down. So in general, I'm going to say, like, it's pretty basic. In my opinion, you shouldn't bother by killing the Mage Warrior. Sage Stone, that's all he does. Nothing else. Nothing else. Attack, that's all he does. Nothing else. Sage, sap, heal with Sage's staff. That's really it. It's a very basic fight, but I will say that defend when your HP is under, like, I don't know, like 120 HP, or honestly like 140. You have to be really careful, because if he does 3 attacks in one turn, especially if he singles out and physicals one of your characters, they're probably going to die. So after battle, heal up. BB. No menuing after this, though. Baramos Zombie. Baramos Gonus. Well, he's called Zombie here. But Gonus in the, I think, the Game Boy Color version? I'm not sure about NES, honestly. Okay, this is a very basic fight. Let's just go back. So this guy, he has 3,000 HP. He has literally 0 defense and 0 agility. You can get outsped by him, which is evidence of how janky Dragon Quest can be. But yeah, you can be outsped by him. But he has 0 defense, and his attack is a staggering 400. So in general, what you do is you set up on him. You just straight up spend 3 turns casting Increase. So 3,000 HP, 400 attack, 0 death agility. Spend... So you do 3 turns, Increase with Mage Warrior and Sage. Others defend. So Zombie Baramos will go 1 to 2 turns. Turn actions per turn. Whereas Bomos can go 1 to 3 actions per turn. I really should have this up here. He's got 1600 HP. 2 turns. Oh, Bomus and Gonus. Yeah. I knew Bomus was right, but Gonus. Oh, it's Gonus on the NES, though. Okay, alright, cool. Let's go on Poexel. Okay, so 3 turns. Yeah, you really just set up defense on him. Defense, the first 3 characters. Sorry, first 4 characters, all first 3 turns. The problem with this fight is that he can double physical the same character, and if it's not one of your defending character, namely your first and 4th character here, you will die. Sorry. Hero defends, Warrior uses Sage's Stone. So you need to keep your HP up. Turn 2. Otherwise defend. So basically what happens is turn 1, you're very, very vulnerable. You need to have your middle 2 characters defend, and then your first and last character use Increase. If the Mage Warrior or the Sage gets double physicaled on turn 1, they're dead. Like, they won't survive. They just don't have enough defensive ability, even after 2 times Increase. It happened to me during the during Countdown and Eyes, our SNES Gauntlet race. Both times I got to Baramos Zombie, he 2-shotted my Sage on turn 1, which is awful. Okay. Swap up the music. Oh yeah, Sphinx music? Oh yeah. Definitely. Okay. So yeah, you just really need to get through turn 1. The reason that the Sage's Stone on turn 2 matters is that, well, 1, you need to heal the HP, but you're going to, unless you're extremely unlucky, you're going to outspeed Baramos Zombie on turn 2, even with your warrior. So you defend on turn 1 to soak as much damage as you can, and then turn 2 you turn around and use the Sage's Stone. You can always use the Sage's Staff on the Sage to heal some extra HP, but in general, the way you set up is pretty basic in the beginning. So this is turn 1, 2 characters defend. The first and last character use increase. Luckily the warrior soaked the first hit, so nobody's gonna die. You see that did 159 damage. So now this same character is gonna increase. I use Sage's Staff. I'm sorry, Sage's Stone. Now we're on turn 3. Increase, increase, Sage's Stone. And then from here, it's pretty basic. What you do is you swap over to... I can let this play out, but... you swap over to... Mage buy kills first 3 cares. Sage will use Sage's Staff. And generally, the Sage using the Sage's Staff will be enough to like keep up with his damage output. He went from doing 159 damage the first turn after 2 increases to now doing 77 damage. And basically a heal more will be able to keep up. If you get into a position where you do want to play it somewhat safer, you can always just use the warrior to use warrior with Sage's Stone if everyone gets hit spread a lot. Let's just say that. That should be enough. But yeah, this is a pretty basic fight. This is a great time for your Sage to use the Prayer Ring in battle, which is faster than using Prayer Ring outside of battle, if everyone's HP is high. But this is, I mean, King Hydra is the easiest fight to win, but this is by far the easiest strategy fight. It's just like simple. Alright, before Zoma, I think this is where I get a ton of questions about why we do things the way we do before Zoma. Before Zoma, I have this in my notes, don't I? I have like the order of what to do things. Oh no, that's in my abbreviated notes. 1 second. Oh, this should be here. Sort items, holy shit, didn't I say that over here? Here. Sort items, swap Sage's Stone, don't mess it up. This is my personal notes to me. Every time I get here, it says sort items, holy shit, like don't forget it. Don't forget, I'm telling you, just don't forget to do this. It's a big deal. Alright, we're moving on. There we go. So in this order, I'm just gonna copy this. Use Life Force Nuts. Then you heal your party. Then you swap Mage Warriors Thunder Sword for Warriors Majin Axe. So Majin Axe on the Mage Warrior. So your warrior is never ever going to physical. I shouldn't say never ever. Almost like 99.9% of the time, the warrior is going to use the Sage's Stone and not going to be physically attacking Zoma. The only instance is which, like, you're about to lose the Zoma fight, but you think you're about to, like, you can use one physical with the warrior to kill him. That's the only situation ever that you're... Even then, I would argue that you probably should just keep your character alive with Sage's Stone and go for reflect damage. Anyways, the point being is that you want the Majin Axe on the warrior, and the Mage Warrior, and not the regular warrior. Check Light Orb if you're a baby. Now, I have a bad tendency of forgetting to swap the Majin Axe, so I may not do that, but anyways. Point being is that you want to use your Life Force Nuts first, because you're about to heal your party, so you want to have the max HP possible. So you shouldn't heal first, use life force nuts, and then heal again to get their HP back to max. So don't do that. Use the nuts first. Okay, general thresholds. So when you're... Let's swap the emo for this. We're going to talk about... I think this is probably the #1 thing that people have trouble understanding. Okay. Mage warrior. 300 HP is very safe. Over 200, I'm gonna say minimum necessary thresholds to begin with. So, your mage warrior in the Zoma fight is gonna be able to be defending a lot of the time. So her HP being like well over 300 is great, but not super important. There's other characters that are more important. However, you should definitely have it over like 280. Reason being is that you will have some turns in which the mage warrior will be using buy kill and not defending, and she has a chance of getting owned by Zoma. If she gets double physical and not defending, she's probably dead no matter what. But if she gets hit by a physical and strong breath attack, she can survive if she's got over 200 HP. So, warrior. Needs over 300 HP. Or necessary. Let's just say that. Necessary over 300 HP. Just like, your warrior is really flimsy, which is kind of funny that your manly warrior with a lot of HP. If you take a look at... let's do this. See my mouse now? Yeah. This is defense, okay? So defense is a combination of what armor you have and your innate agility. And your warrior is actually flimsy as hell. And this is somewhat by design, because as your warrior takes physical hit damage from Zoma, he's reflecting half of it. So it's a risky strategy, but pretty much everybody does it. You want to have over 300 HP with a warrior, and because you have low defense, you just like, any excess HP to him is just really, really nice. A very, very difficult fight Zoma awaits you if you are under 300 HP. So this is probably like #1 priority. #1 priority. Hero. Plus 100 HP. Honestly, Hero and Sage are in the same boat. Let's say #2 priority. So I would say that's about right. So, like in this case, having these two around 200 is really good. Their defense is really good too. And, I mean, right now my stats are like perfect for this fight. No problems. Really, really good. But you will absolutely get to Zoma, and one of your characters in some of your runs will be under one of these thresholds. And it is your job throughout the run to assess, 1, how risky you want to play, and 2, to save all of your life force nuts for the end of the game. So I only have 4 here. You can have up to like 9 based on how safe you want to play and how often you want to go get life force nuts. But the reason that you wait until the last part of the game to do this is that, and we talked about this like, you know, I guess like 8 hours ago at this point, but the point is that if you adjust your character stats, so let's do this. If you adjust your character stats before you level them up, like strength or something, it means that the next few times that they level up, the game sort of has this auto-correcting mechanism and says, okay, I expected for this level a warrior to have 100 HP. I'm going to give him 10 HP on level 11. Just say you were at like level 10 and level 11. But say you were at level 10 and you had 120 HP instead of 110 or 100 HP. The game would be like, okay, I expected him to have 100 HP, but he's got 120 HP at this level. Therefore, I'm going to give him a much lower level up boost. Right? So you don't want any of that happening throughout the entirety of the game. Especially with HP. So you just store all your HP nuts all the way until the end, in which you're definitely not going to have any more levels, which is literally right before Zoma. And then you use all of your HP Life Force nuts on everybody. Yeah. So at this point, you're pretty much ready. Make sure that hero or your warrior. Well, I didn't do it in the menu. I didn't do any of the menuing yet, but basically here, sure. So I opted to do the warrior in my playthrough. Heal up. See if I swap axes. Probably don't. Do some prayer rings. Really generous prayer rings. But yeah, you use prayer rings with everybody. Your Sage almost never runs out of MP during the fight, so any excess prayer rings go on the Mage Warrior. Definitely got the Ball of Light. I'm just taking a final pass to make sure everything's good. Oh, I did swap it. Alright, cool. So I caught it, which is nice. And I come down here, Majin Axe on the Mage Warrior, and we're good. Alright, here we go. It is time to do the appropriate music, which is Dragon Quest. Love. We're gonna go with the DQIII version of this. Ooh, extended. No, not extended. Zoma, final boss. So, let's take a look at his stats real quick. So he starts out with 4,500 HP, but that's before you actually use the Light Orb, and you can see that his stats are pretty insane. Like 500 attack power is crazy, 350 defense. It's a really nasty fight if you were to decide not to use the Light Orb. There are some times on the leaderboards that do not use the Light Orb, and you basically just have to grind more. It's way scarier. However, what's nice about that fight is that he's actually on a pattern cycle, so you know exactly when anything's coming. Anyways, standard speedrun, use the Light Orb turn 1. So, we're actually dealing with Zoma here, which has 4,700 HP. His defense is 200, which is, like, not that high. It's fairly high, but it's not super high. And his agility is 80, which is actually not super high either. We're able to generally outspeed him with the Sage. I say generally, you can definitely fail to outspeed him, but even his boy Baramos is faster than him. Does not recover HP per turn. The blue phase, this does recover HP per turn. Part of why that fight is that much harder. Alright, let's turn on the DQ3 version. Alright, so let's get into the fight. Let's do this. Alright, so first turn. Very first turn, while he's still blue. Mage W, Lykill, hero. Warrior. Sage Stone. Literally every turn, the Warrior is going to do nothing but Sage Stone, hero. And pretty much the hero does nothing but attack or defend, but the Warrior will never ever defend. Even still, turn 1, Light Orb. Come here. Be very careful. Do not mess up turn 1. If you mess up turn 1, you're dead. Turn 1, he will always use Breath Attack and then Snowstorm. It's part of his cycle while he's in the blue form. You can outspeed him with the Sage and go first, but it's pretty rare because he has 255 speed in the blue form. And yeah. At this point, the standard battle ensues. So, all right. So this is where the fight really begins. Generally, Mage Warrior, by kills, hero, defends. That's just generally right. So your goal is to score as much damage as you can with the hero as possible, which means that you need to buy kill the hero fairly often. Because Zoma, well, let's talk about Zoma's move pool. So he really just has 3 actions. Physical attack. Between like, you can do like 120 to like 180 HP. Just ridiculous. Strong, or I guess really just Ice Breath, which does like 80 to 100 to all. Except hero. Hero takes just like a little bit less. It's because of the light armor that he's got. And Snowstorm, which is like 50 to like 65 to all. So actually, it's sometimes a little more than that. I'd say that's about right. Somewhere around there. Snowstorm is by far the best thing he can do. But it's also the least likely thing he'll do. Okay. So yeah, the Mage Warrior generally will just buy kill in this fight. Hero would will defend. Really depends on their HP, but you won't be able to deal a lot of damage with the hero unless he's buy killed. Warrior, Sage of Stone. Sage of Stony, that's it. That's it. Like literally nothing else. Hero, attack or defend. That's it. So this is, in my opinion, like a very, very, very simple fight. There's not much going on. You really just have to really closely watch people's HP values, and you play somewhat aggressively as the fight goes on. The Sage is the hardest character to make the decisions with. So Sage will either sap. So why don't we do priorities? Keep HP high. Warrior is by far most important. Max HP preferred on Warrior. 2. Increase or sap. 3. Sap or increase. So that sounds obvious, but it's just like based on your thresholds throughout this fight, you may want to increase to be safer so that you have a much less likelihood of getting owned by Zoma by his physicals. 1 increase does a ton of wonders for you, and basically with the way that your HP levels are set, 1 increase will drastically decrease the amount of times that Zoma will get close to killing your party. A lot of this depends on how much HP you have, and yeah, I guess how much defense you have too, but generally one cast of increase is great. However, sap will also 100% land. Sorry. 4 actions. I'm an idiot. 4. The worst one. Freezing Breath. Freezing Waves. And his debuffs. So this is the worst. This is like the worst part of this game. That in every other Dragon Quest it's not true. But this one, if he uses Freezing Waves, he loses his own debuffs. Which is garbage. Anyways. So yeah, I mean, you could play it risky and use sap instead of increase. When you've got the hero buy killed and Zoma sapped, hero can do like 300 damage a hit, which is huge. Again, like the best defense is good offense. So let's see. I think generally maybe if we just start to watch a fight, we'll see how this goes. So, we're on turn 1. Priority is to get the warrior up in HP. So turn 1 and turn 2 are pretty much always the same. Turn 1, you're going to defend with the mage warrior, heal with the warrior, attack with the hero, and the sage is going to heal the warrior. See that? Warrior took 160 damage on the first physical. If he got hit by that second physical, I probably would have just lost the fight. Not even joking. Oh, something I do want to talk about very quickly, that hero and mage warrior will have world leaves, if not used yet. So, warrior, I mean, I say warrior is most important, but like, though hero is most important alive. I know that sounds dumb and like counterintuitive, but like, if the hero dies, you're really, really in trouble. Because if he's one of the leaf holders, and if he dies, it's really hard to recover. If the warrior dies, it's bad because he's your healer, but you typically have 2 other leaf holders to revive him, and you can defend out a turn with Zoma. But if hero dies, if your mage warrior is alive and has a decent amount of HP and has the leaf, then you might be okay, but your hero being dead and not being able to be revived, I mean, honestly, if any character goes down in the first, like, 70% of this fight, you're probably gonna lose. Anyways. I can't say for sure, Poexel. I just know that ASCII pad floods the leaderboards for what people list for what they use. I am not super sure that... I'm not sure if Hori has the same settings for... I'm trying to think. I think Hori's... I think the way they work, and it's just like slightly less convenient, is that you choose a button and then you choose what setting you want to apply to it. Like, so you'll hit the... This is at least true on the PlayStation 2 Turbo Hori controller I have. Basically what you do is, like, you press the turbo button, which is like a button and it's a setting, and then you press the button you want to apply turbo to, and then you set the turbo button to be basically whether it's going to be a regular press, auto fire, or hold to press turbo. However, ASCII pad is just very convenient that there's just switches for every button, and you just set it to what you want. So when you play DQIII RTA, you just set B and X to be turbo when you press, and then you don't touch anything else. So I'm not sure because I haven't seen a Super Famicom Hori controller myself, but if it's anything like the PlayStation 2 one, I would imagine it's just because of convenience. But functionally, I mean, they might be the same. I'm just not 100% sure. Okay, anyways. We're back here, we're in the first part of this fight, so let's just go through. So yeah, I mean, I'm defending with my mage warrior, and I'm really prioritizing being healed. So every time he uses freezing waves, now I need to basically get my hero back up and buy killed. It's pretty simple. I'm playing a little risky. I feel like my HP, I feel confident about my HP, so I used Rukani. So now my warrior got attacked, and now I need to heal with my sage, so I do that, but I also need to buy kill my hero again. And you can just see here, I mean, that's dangerous, but you can see that reflect damage will absolutely add up. Now, your hero and your sage are the last 2 characters in your party, so they're most likely to not take a physical, but if they do, it requires immediate attention. Okay, so I'm playing a little bit aggressively. I know that I'm really close. Again, like, I'm trying to get a sub 3 in this game, and I looked at my time, and I'm like, alright, I need to play somewhat aggressively throughout the entirety of this fight if I want to make it happen. So Snowstorm is good. Again, generally what's going on here is that I'm making sure my hero is buy killed at all times. That was a very nice turn. So basically I'm going to use Rukani again, and this is a concept I want to talk about. Like, when you're... So, yeah, let's go through this last turn, because that's important. So let's just see what happens. Basically, he just used Freezing Waves, so none of my characters have buffs, he doesn't have any debuffs. So I set it up, I do buy kill, I heal everybody with Warrior. The hero is going to attack, even though like he's at risk of dying. I'm going to use the Sage to heal the hero. And Sage generally goes first. It's not always the case, and you can really be screwed if she doesn't go first, but goes first. Alright, so Snowstorm is a very nice spell to see. So he just used Freezing Waves, which means that I didn't land Rukani, and anything is just reset again. Now, I buy-killed the hero. The hero goes 122 damage. That's good. I'm in a rare opportunity to be able to, what I call, like, capitalizing upon Zoma. It means that he used Freezing Waves, and he did a attack, but I was able to restore everybody's HP to max with the Sage Stone. So now you're in a spot where your Sage can use Rukani, and you're perfectly set up to guarantee that hero will do max damage to Zoma, assuming Zoma does not use Freezing Waves. So let's see what happens. I'm going to use Rukani, which is Sap spell, so now I've got like my buff and his debuff. Sage takes a hit. This is nasty. She might actually die. I think she is dead. Yeah. But you can see that I attack with the Mage Warrior because she was at the max HP, and then I'm able to get into 250 damage here. So all in, that's like 450 damage on a boss that's got 4,500 HP. So that's huge progress. All right, my HP on these characters is relatively good, but I still have a dead character. So my Mage Warrior uses a leaf. And there we go. Still, 3 characters live rather than 4 is quite scary. If he decided to physical attack, especially the hero there, this run would have been dead. So now we're basically back to square zero. I opt to use Sukaruto here because I didn't feel confident. And... oh, good thing I did. So I'm going to defend and now prioritize the Warrior. Unfortunately, he went first, but fortunately he used Snowstorm, and my Warrior did not die. So I'm still at risk here. I'm probably going to defend with... actually, no, I'm not. Push through. Again. Oh, okay. So this is something else to consider. There's nothing you can do about this, but the game is, or this fight is routed so that your Warrior will go last. And it means that Zoma will do his attack on one turn, Warrior is going to heal at the end of the same turn, and then the next turn the Sage is going to be able to use the Sage Staff to heal somebody else that got brutally hit. When this happens, when your Warrior somehow, right here, outspeeds Zoma, you can see, you can see it right here. You can see that, so this is the turn that we were just looking at. Watch the effect. So I use the Sage to heal the Warrior, okay? Everyone's pretty much at max HP. The Mage Warrior is not, but she's defending. Now the Warrior just goes. Look at my HP, it barely changed, which means that I healed and I didn't even need to heal. Now, Zoma's going to attack once. Luckily, he did Freezing Waves, which is really fortunate, but he can attack twice, and then before the Warrior is able to heal again, he attacks 3 times, and then attacks 4 times. So if he did like 4 breath attacks, my party would have just been dead. He very, very, very fortunately used 2 Freezing Waves, so it barely affected me. But the point being is that, like, you should really panic if your Warrior... Oh, he did it again, holy shit. You should really panic if your Warrior outspeeds Zoma, and he did it twice this turn, or this round. Look at this. So ready? Right here. I'll probably heal. Yeah, that's awful. So now, like, I'm in the same situation. 1 attack, 2 attacks. This is really, really scary. So I need to defend with the hero and heal him, and my Warrior's in real trouble right now. Luckily, the Mage takes that hit. This is really nasty. So that was 4 hits. Those 4 hits before my Warrior was able to use the Sage Stone. I'm still in trouble. I need to basically defend with everybody and heal with the Warrior. But the Warrior is in real trouble. Luckily, it's another freezing wave, so I can get back, but it's still really scary. Defend. Or no. Buy kill, right? Okay. Double breath attack. Will I do a run today? Definitely not. Can't believe this has already been almost 5 hours. Luckily, this is almost over. But yeah, combined, this was like a 9-hour tutorial, quote-unquote tutorial class. I honestly think we covered most of the concepts, but I'm pretty wiped out. All right, anyways. Yeah, you can just see how, I mean, right now, after being healed, this is critically low HP. Here is by killed. Party is fully healed by using sap. Beginning of next turn. Okay. I think there was one other thing. Oh, if double breathed, next turn. It's definitely this. It's basically the same thing as here. So yeah, I mean, even at the beginning of this turn, I have to heal the warrior, but my mage warrior, even my hero, and especially my sage are in real bad shape. This is a really scary part of the fight. I get another breath attack, which sage may actually die. Luckily, she didn't. And then she's definitely dead. I'll get to your question in a second, Hactical. Anyways, we're just watching my PB video, which was, like, terrifying. So, my hero still has a leaf, so I can throw it at the sage. But if anybody except the mage warrior took that hit, I probably would have died here, too. So I cast Sukaruto, especially because my mage warrior's at dangerous HP, and that was a correct choice. Alright. So here, I'm at 286 HP with my warrior. I opted to use Sukaruto here. If I used Rukani or I healed somebody, warrior would have taken way more than, whatever, 250 HP and would have died. And I just didn't have any leaves left to afford that, so... a lot of these are, like, really coming down to the wire in the situations in which to pursue. We're getting somewhat close to the end, but it's still pretty scary. I'm still, like, yeah, I mean, just from experience, I'm, like, a minute away. And Sage is dead. She just got hit by physical. At this point, I could have easily lost this fight if things didn't go nice. This was a really nasty Zoma fight. The warrior outsped him twice. I thought I was dead. I remember playing this and being like, I'm dead. I just lost the run of my life. So I'm just holding on for dear life. Mage warrior's attacking. Warrior barely hanging on. I go for reflect damage by not defending. I get a nice Kaishin. At this point, I might have it. That was a fantastic freezing waves. Tons of reflect damage. Buy kill is really close. Really close. Mage warrior reflects. Oh god, 1 HP. And that's it. That was the fight of my life. Just telling you right now. You will not be able to find many other final bosses that are as exhilarating as that one. With the music and like literally everything on the line. It's to be on PB pace and make that happen is incredible. Post Zoma, walk out, follow. It's easy to get lost here. Anyways, go through. Yep, so you do this, there's a little animation. You need to go to the left and then go around. Oops. You go to the left and then go down to the right, follow it out. As soon as you get out here, you basically just open the, I think it's the Mage Warriors, and you can go to the hero too. The hero is nice because usually his last magic spell is Rura, or Return. And then you just turbo through, it's the first option in the menu. You can't go back to the light world anymore. Come through here. Talk to the king, and then set that bad boy to auto fire. And that is the end of your run. Alright. I think we mostly got everything. This took a little, not much, a little longer than I was expecting to. About 9 hours of information. But even still, there's a lot more that could be covered. And really, the stuff that I left out was sort of like individual enemy fights and strategy. But again, like, I guess I'll post them. One sec. I'm gonna get some decent ending music. Go back to DQ7. Sure. How about some Paradise? Yeah, dude. This is how you celebrate. Alright, anyways. I'm just gonna post all of these in chat. Just so everybody always has them. Or no, I can just post them here. Resources. Actually, this. So resources. This will be general data. This is no. Oh no, this is so you got DQ3 general data. You got DQ3 monster, dark world monster first turn actions. First turn. Why don't we just do that? Oops. Alright. Anyways, yeah, let me answer any other questions. Yeah, if you have any questions, absolutely feel free. I mean, you can ask me now, you can ask me if you're somebody who watches this VOD after the case, feel free to ask me a question. Be happy to answer. Let's see. Is there anything in the tutorial about language? Is it easier to learn on the English patch since switch to J, or is it better to just learn J straight up? I will tell you, I think it's smarter if you're somebody who's not familiar with Japanese to definitely first just like play this game casually in English, and then I would learn the speedrun route in English. I think getting used to like just what mentally you know about what all the items are. I mean, it's a lot easier to just like know that this piece of equipment is here and you call it that in your head. And then when you get around to learning J, you'll sort of like know, oh, I just picked up this piece of equipment in the Necrogon. It's the Thunderous Sword. It has some other Japanese characters, but at least I know what it is. So that's just my recommendation. Learn in English. Get around to learning in J. I think it's very intimidating, especially for someone who hasn't gone through Japanese RTA, to try to pick up a new game. Like when I played this, I just played in Japanese, but that was because I had played Dragon Quest Monsters 2 speedrun for quite a while, and when I did that, I learned it in English first. And I sort of was already familiar with how Japanese works, so... Anyways, point being is that I think you should learn English first. Whew. Alright. I can't really say why, but like, overnight I sort of felt this desire and need to make this short series. I felt like I got a lot of help along the way. People were really, a lot of Japanese people were really nice to me and helpful. I felt the need to give back to them, so... yeah. This is a great game. I've gotten some questions about, like, how to handle some situations and what to do, so hopefully this sort of answers a lot of them. And absolutely feel free to ask me questions for anybody who watches this VOD later, but yeah. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be running this in the future. I'm pretty happy with my time, but at the same point, if the Western world gets a little more competitive about it, I'd be more inclined to come back. I'm just choosing to move on to other things for now. I may play this now and then, but we'll see. This game can be very mentally draining. And, yeah. Anyways, otherwise, I'll be back on, I think Sunday I'm going to start Persona 4 Golden. And working on a separate platformer. That's another story. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you around. And hopefully this was helpful to somebody out there. So, take it easy.